What's the picture clarity like for you, Stefan?
Sorry?
What's the picture clarity like for you?
So and so.
Yeah, okay, that's all right. It's not
I
just
can
me.
recognize the paddlers, but I can't see the numbers and such things.
Okay.
Okay.
Paddling in the pool of water at the other boats. You must always just look at the space in front of you. That's Kisley laying down the law. Here comes Cova. It's Cova, he's taking Campos on. Stroke by stroke, he's going past him. And he's gone past him like he's standing still.
What a race! What a race!
God, be calm, get in! Be calm, be calm, be calm! The Hungarians are away!
The South Africans are away! Side by side!
Hungary! Hungary take the initiative!
Wow!
Oh,
what a race! What a race!
I cannot believe that!
Oh.
Just a mass of quality paddling. See collision in the background.
World champ.
Look at that.
From
that's going to
Czech Republic.
That's going to be tears. It's going to be laughing. She can't believe it.
She's so happy.
Look to the back of the Salty, and that's clean. That's perfect. Egan is going to get squeezed out. That is dangerously close to the edge.
It is McGregor! It is McGregor! No one has given up. Boros is hanging on. Alonso is hanging on. Gold medalist Hank McGregor, South Africa!
Good morning, and welcome back. It's great to have this or once again after 2 years. Stefan Gustafsson, welcome you back, and Ivan Lawler is with me. What do you think of this now, Ivan?
Well, Stefan, it's 2 years since we've been here. I'm hoping we're not a bit dusty on this. It's fantastic to have the racing back on. We got a packed program, obviously, with some really high quality, and I'm really interested to see how today unfolds. We got juniors today. Of course, we haven't seen juniors for 2 years, so they're probably all new. So no form to go off, but great fun.
Yeah, and we're looking forward to 4 days of intense racing. And watching this intro, it's a few years old now, but we can still see some of the big shots in that intro participating here this weekend. It will be really, really interesting to see them now after 2 years without racing.
Yeah, I think it gives time for some of the up-and-coming people to improve without being suppressed by the big names. So you could see some new names coming forward.
Yeah. And it's a great venue. We are in Romania, Pitești, and it's a new place for us, actually.
Yeah, it's good to move it around. I mean, the nature of the new courses mean that many of the courses are pretty similar in nature. You know, you're looking at regatta courses almost by design these days, because the Olympic dream, if you like, call it what you want. You know what I call it, Stefan, but yeah. The Olympic dream means that courses are going to become more and more similar. And so we got a regatta course here on the Bascov River, and we're going to. The beauty of the regatta course, of course, is how well people can catch up, how well they can use the width of the water to make their way back to groups after a mistake. So it keeps the race open.
It's a great venue, and it's great surroundings here in Romania. And we think the racing will be under very good conditions here on the Bascov River and the regatta course today.
So as the athletes begin to warm up, see them there. We just had a shot of 16 Hockley from South Africa, who stands a good chance of being in the mix this morning. She's had recent success. So here we go. This should be video of the course. So from the start, straight up round the top turn, anti-clockwise this year. Bottom turn, anti-clockwise. That's one long lap. No portage on the first lap. All subsequent big laps go round, same course, round the top turn, round the bottom turn. Now we get out for the portage, run along the portage, big long portage, and after you've done all your long laps, all your short laps, all your portages, it's one short lap to finish. So first lap, this is for the short courses. This is for the short courses.
And that will come up later this morning.
So a nice aerial view of the course there. So it's quite sheltered. Opens out a bit towards the right-hand end of your screen. Potential, I guess, for it to get rough there on a rough, windy day. But as yet, we haven't had any of those in training. Temperatures have dropped a bit since earlier in the week, but no one seems to be complaining about it. So, like you say, Stefan, good, fair competitions, and it's going to be an interesting start to the day. First up, the Junior Women's K1, and on the course, the same time as them, just after is the Junior Women's C1. And then we go to the short races, Stefan. But first, Junior Women's K1. Graphic for the type of boat they'll be using. Sitting down, double-bladed paddle, that's a kayak. The canoes, we'll get the graphic for them later. And there's your start list. So running down that start list, Slovakia, well, that's quite fast. We've got Hungarians, always a force to be reckoned with. South Africans think they've got something big in Saskia Hockley. She's already world champion in the surf ski earlier this year in Lanzarote. And there's 5 other girls here who made B finals at the Sprint Worlds. That's lane 5, Anderson 7, Richter 17 from Argentina, Velasquez 20 from Ireland, Driscoll, and I might have counted wrong. It might only be 4, Stefan. It's not a good start. My counting, my numeracy is poor, but I mean well, and that's what you've got to remember. So 23 there from Norway, Helleran. She was 7th in the K1000 at the Sprint Worlds earlier this year. In your background there, Anderson, who was 7th in the 500 in the Great Britain top.
But as always, the juniors are quite unpredictable. We haven't seen much of them previously.
Yeah, unpredictable in performance, and also unpredictable in behaviour, Stefan. They haven't had the learning curve that the seniors have had. You get some sort of irrationality kicks in sometimes when the pressure's on. 20 there from Ireland, coached by John Simmons, had a fantastic time at the Sprint Worlds. 2 B finals, 2 great results, and she's got Jenny Egan as her mentor, stroke role model, and Jenny's done extremely well in this sort of distance racing over the last few years. So we'll get to talk about Jenny later on when she's racing in the short races, but it's been a good season for her, and now it's the chance for the younger girls.
It is pretty good numbers. It's 26 juniors at the start line today. One of the largest group we have had regarding K1 women juniors. That's great, coming back after 2 years.
Yeah, it is, and less overlap with the sprint, even though those numbers are bigger, Stefan. So people are getting into this not as a second string thing, but as a main event. And yeah, like you say, 26 people is a lot. World champion, as it is often in the junior racing, from Hungary, Rendesi. She's not here today, obviously, with a 2-year gap. You can't stay that long in junior. But the other Hungarians have to be watched out for. So you're looking at lane 10, Horvath, and lane 24, Regeni, who's just going to be backing onto the pontoon soon in the black boat. So from the bottom of your picture, we've got Ukraine, Hungary, Norway, Germany, Denmark. Denmark putting in a young team, development team really, but we know what sort of pedigree they've got in the marathon and long distance racing.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Conform programului, ora 8:45 de minute, este startul primei probe, kayak simplu, fete junioare.
We are getting ready for the first race, K1w&m Juniors.
S-au aliniat deja la start și așteaptă, iată, startul primei probă.
They are already awaiting for the start.
Cele 26 de fete din Slovacia, Reka Bugar.
The 26 competitors from Slovakia, Reka Bugar.
Tot din Slovacia, Dominika Rusova.
Slovakia, Dominika Rusova.
Olanda,
away they go. And third up from the bottom, Regeni. Hungary, boat lurching around there in the black, but also Ukraine, Stalinova, one of the closest to the camera. In the middle there, Driscoll in the white boat with green stickers, but it's 25, Stalinova, and it's going to be Horvath, I think. No, that's Hockley, sorry, my mistake straight away. But 25, Stalinova, at least on this side of the course, taking it out. Hockley to the right of your screen. And there, 10, Horvath. It's well spread out. The girls not keen to come together just yet. But Hockley, coached by Matt Bowman back in South Africa. No, she's going to be hardcore enough to finish the distance as a surf ski racer. Seems to have a weed problem on the front of her boat there. That might be something to, quite a lot on there actually.
Yeah.
Hopefully that won't be a feature of the weekend, because on the front of your boat it's not too bad, is it, Stefan? You can see it, you can kind of deal with it. If that weed gets on your rudder, it's an absolute nightmare, and it starts to play with your brain, starts to eat away at your confidence. So it looks like Hockley's taken control. On the left of her, we're looking at Horvath from Hungary in the green headband. To her right, so flanked by Hungarians, is Hockley from South Africa. I mean, historically, Stefan, with all the portages, the Hungarian juniors have been pretty poor, haven't they, over the years? And a South African who's used to getting in and out of a surf ski on a beach, I would suggest that Hockley might have a bit of an advantage when he gets the running, but still trying to bounce the weed off the front of her rudder, off the front of her boat, rather. Driscoll just hanging in at the back of that group. It's going to be a hard trip for her. On the right there, Stalinova from Ukraine coming up the outside. And that's what you see, Stefan, we were talking about it earlier, a little bit of naivety. You've got a bunch of girls all going along just behind that group and not really engaging with the group.
But it is it's a very big group.
Oh, we got a swimmer there.
Yeah.
To the left, no real reason for that. She just took wasn't knocked, nothing. We'll try and find out who that is for you. Struggling with the numbers on my screen. I can see the body numbers, but not the boat numbers right now. But it looks like we've got South Africa, Hungary. I think Italy tucked in the V there. That's going to be Chisa from Italy. And as we line up the junior women's C1,
ten boats in this category. Unpredictable, but we know that Hungary is good, and of course Ukraine. Ukraine had quite a lot of medals in C1 women during the Sprint Worlds recently. A very good country coming to this category, but it's quite a big group here.
Yeah, we got two groups there. We got the left-hand group of four. I think that's away by maybe 3 or 4 lengths. If you look at where the boys are on the course, and that group to the right, moving well. It's hard to see. You got Spain in there. You got the other South African on the right of the group in the yellow boat as they move up towards the open end of the lake. So there's your first group of 4. Just trying to get a number of who's in that 4th position. And away we go. Boat 41, closest to us. I don't have a name check for that one, Stefan. Don't know if you can help me out on that one. Wearing red could be Canada, I guess, but I didn't have any Canadians on my initial list.
Oh, it's Alina Kovaleva from
Russia.
Russia, yeah, I think.
So it was one that went in. That's from Slovakia.
Yeah.
Just unlucky, I think, Stefan. There was no collision, no nothing.
No.
She just took a swim, and it's a long way to come. Take a swim in the early stages, but there's often someone. So Kovaleva away and away well. So no Canadians in the C1 race, and from France I think we got no French in there either, despite the fact that LeBlanc is current world champion from France. It seems the development structures for the canoes are still a little bit patchy, different countries. Well spread out. Hungary there, Matovic in the blue boat from Ukraine, yellow shirt. So in the red, we've got, so I'm all over the place with my names here. Top of your screen from Spain will be Gorinsky. Leading, we know, is Kovaleva. She's slowed down now, and the others are slowly clawing her back. And we're going to have quite a nice group by the look of it.
Yeah.
So Hungary in the blue boat, Russia in the white boat with the red top. The Ukraine, Besniuk in the yellow top.
And these girls are doing 11.8 kilometers.
3 big laps and 1 small lap.
2 portages. Very effective strokes from Kovaleva when she started.
So Russia from Ukraine, from Hungary. 2 Spaniards at the back there. And just paddling away there is the K1 that we saw swim earlier on. So Kovaleva leads from Besniuk, from Matovic, Hein in 4th, Gorinsky 5th. At the moment, they're all just struggling in the backwash, just trying to settle down.
When the K1 juniors are coming back from their upper turn.
So that group of 4 looks like it might have broken to a group of 3, and it's Hungary leading, South Africa to their right as we look at them, and Hungary on the left. So Hungarians in the headbands. We've got Horvath in the green headband and Regeni in the black headband. Looking pretty well spread out. And chasing that group of three now. Another group of three with the second of the two South Africans, Smith, working very hard to try and close that group down. And looking like she's doing a good job of it too. You can see how the course plays out with the extra width. You know, you can pretty much choose your route back. Out to the side of all these groups, there's big rolling waves that you can use. So Horvath leads. 24, Regeni. And looking very relaxed, Hockley from South Africa. So, I mean, how many times have we seen this, Stefan? A couple of Hungarians going around pretty much doing their own thing.
Yeah.
But looking at those three, who's the most relaxed there? South African.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely.
All day.
And that's interesting. We haven't seen them for 2 years now. So these South Africans is new to us. As is the Hungarians, but we know that the Hungarians, due to their competitiveness back home, always produce very good juniors.
It's really hard with the camera angle, but I'm going to say that Smith is catching this group.
Yeah.
God, it looks uncomfortable, huh? Horvath. A lot of boat movement, a lot of body movement. Here comes Smith, and that's pretty impressive. She's doing that on her own, has been for the last couple of minutes, and I think she's broken away from the other people that were with her.
Very high frequency, as we are used to see some of the South Africans having.
That is superb.
Yeah, straight into the diamond.
Yeah, no hesitation, didn't wait at the back of the group, knew where she wanted to go. Oh, well, yeah, angles were deceiving. She's not quite in there. Hungarians have seen it, and they are, oh, look at the speed. She's falling back. No way, man. That is such a big journey, but look who the wise one out to the right there. You can see those big waves in this shot. Those waves roll down. They're great big rolling waves. There's no mess there. And why she's coming in, I don't know. She should stay out there on those big ones. But that's a power game right there, Stefan. The Hungarians saw it, and they just said, you know what? Sorry, love. We're not having that. And moved on. Huge effort from Tanner Smith, though. You've got to be impressed by that. She's in the group coached by Lee McGregor, and still under 16, so she's got a lot of time, and she's going to gain a lot of experience. Oh, that is a brutal drop back. She was right there.
They increased the speed quite significantly, these three in top. It's interesting what he said. She's with the McGregor group in Durban. You could actually see that from her frequency and paddling technique. They all have quite high frequency in that group, and The idea is shorter and smaller paddle to use a little bit more of the endurance capacity in the body.
I mean, there's discussions around
at least they are trying to keep the V-wash back there. Horvath looks really strong. Powerful strokes.
So apologies, I got cut off there, but it's 2 Hungarians and a South African heading into finish the first of their big laps. No portage on the first lap. They have 5 big laps to do, 4 portages and 1 small lap.
Horvath is going fast now.
Yeah, we just before I lost connection, Stefan, you're talking about the short paddles and the small paddles and the endurance with the small paddles.
Yeah.
I'm not the expert on paddles, but certainly acceleration is better with a bigger paddle, and that's maybe what you saw when Smith caught up there. You just got that little bit of acceleration. So Horvath's done a bit, wants to slow down, and nobody's keen to take over. Here we go, and state normal. Horvath should stay on her left and give Hockley a tougher job, but she's come round the right hand side and lost loads of distance going round the right hand side. I mean, that's a fundamental crossover, isn't it, Stefan? Round the back and up the side. That's your basic wash hanging move, and the idea when you do that is not to lose that length and a half lost. But 24 now, Virginia also going extremely hard. Horvath back in. Virginia, black headband, Horvath, green headband. And for now, at least, Hockley absolutely lapping this up. He must be loving it. These two are going to be prepared to work all day. Hockley's got to manage a race well. Too early to pick winners and stuff, Stefan, but if you were Hockley now, you've got to ride around the entire race, haven't you? What you've got to do is manage your portages. Think you can have enough in her, Stefan, to mix it at the end?
I think so. They have nothing to gain to try to break free of this group of 3. They can stay together and working together. All of them gaining from that. But the Hungarians still keep on going quite fast.
And Virginia keeps looking over Horvath rather keeps looking over her shoulder also, so she's still keen to keep that distance.
Yeah.
But
As
no
it
real
often is among, especially among juniors. C1's still keeping well together. It's not often we have seen this kind of group racing in C1 junior. Women junior. It's great.
When you look at World C1 for the women, you've got the American girl at 18 years old winning the Olympics. You had the Hungarian, I think her name was Kiss Junior, making the senior finals in Copenhagen a couple of weeks ago. And because of how young the sport is, this is where the talent is, isn't it? In the juniors, and They look like proper canoe paddlers. They're wash hanging now. Everything's getting organised. This is going to just develop more and more. I mean, you remember the early days when we were commentating on the C1, and it was tough. But now this race is evolving. Brilliant. So it looks like Smith has paid a bit of a price, and now has dropped off. Get a name check for you on that 4th place paddler as soon as we can. Kovaleva leads the C1 and looking very comfortable doing so. Much shorter course for the women's canoes. So they'll be the first race to finish in this year's World Championships. Just behind her from Hungary, Matovic, and Ukraine. I think that's Besniuk from Ukraine. So in the women's K1, got confirmation from one of our sources that it's still Chisa from Italy who is that 4th boat. Italians got quite a good history in the women's marathon. Kovaleva leads and leads comfortably. Hungarian content to sit on the backwash. The Ukrainian. Kovaleva, top of his shot. Besniuk, 2nd. Matovic, 3rd. Little bit of drama, or I don't know if you can call it drama. Boat 31 in the women's C1 is going to have to take a time penalty for missing a buoy on that top turn. Not sure where in the field she is right now. Besniuk leading Matovic into their bottom turn. First of the bottom turns for them. No portage this lap. That gap just gradually widening. Back to Besniuk and Matovic.
She's going very, very relaxed. Fast, but relaxed. Seems comfortable.
So C1's beginning to get strung out. You can see them in a line in the background around the back of the Marshall's boats. Kovaleva leads. And that gap is growing. About 3 of the boys on the marked regatta course between her and second place. So they just paddled past the portage there. You saw in the background quite a long portage. Very sterile in as much as it's carpeted. Big landing stage at each end. You've got a choice of running very, very long on that, or get out the close end of the pontoon and shorten it significantly. We know shorter space on the pontoons, but running is going to be a very worthwhile skill to have. It's a long way down that portage. I think 200 meters, they say, if you run from end to end. You can probably shorten that by about 50 to 75 meters if you choose to get out late and in early.
Still quite a long portage. Will take its toll. It's tough. Coming into the portage is often quite high speed, fighting for positions, and then 200 meters maximum running.
What's significant often, Stepan, is the state you're in when you get back in the boat.
Yes.
It's all very well running fast, but if you can't paddle afterwards, there's that sort of dangerous period immediately after a portage when the group can leave you behind. So it's just a case of measuring out. Still, that gap widens for Kovaleva.
I'm not an expert on C1 technique, but it seems very, very relaxed, and she's using the hips and the back much more than the arms. Also the legs working well.
Shot up to the top, still the 3 girls leading in the junior women's K1. Still being hunted by Italy out to the left of that group. She looks like she's working hard, still with intent, going wide to pick up the big rollers to the left of the group there as we look at it. And Smith on her own, chasing, but that's the C1 graphic coming up. Kovaleva, Besniuk, Matovic, Gorinsky, Hine, Skarosi, Garcia and Shumarova. Here we go, fair play to Italy. That is pretty impressive. She's stuck at her task. Chiesa doing a great job. Smith still not giving up in the background, but that's a lonely place to be, especially if Chiesa makes it back to the group. All of a sudden, everything seems a bit unfair. Life seems a bit hard. Big groups further back. But this is where the medals will be decided. Chiesa doing a great job there, Stefan. Staying out.
Absolutely.
Down the big rolling waves. Can pick off one wave at a time.
He's doing it quite differently that compared to what Smith did previously. She is going far out on the right hand side to avoid the washes and to fight with the backwater of the 3 in front. There
are those 3 Horvath taking her turn at the front again. Hockley just sitting as she has done for the whole, well, a whole lap now. She led off the start. And once the Hungarians got to the front, they've just swapped leads as they do. In terms of paddling efficiency, I'm rating Hockley above the other two. She might not be the strongest in the group, but technically looking very solid indeed. So they're coming down, probably about 500 meters or so to go to their bottom turn, and about 600 then, or an additional 600 meters or so to go to the first portage. Boat 3 there, Van Voorst from Netherlands. Hard to see where in the race she is, but she was looking a little bit too wet perhaps. Maybe she'd also taken a swim. Get some confirmation of that for you if we can. So here goes Hockley. She's already planning for her portage. She knows what she wants to do, whether the others will let her do it. It's not going to be a case of letting, she's doing it. You can't beat a dog on a string. Just when things were getting heated on the water, and Hockley just absolutely bossed that move. She knows she wants to get into the portage first. I'm thinking that those others can do absolutely nothing about it. On the inside there, Virginia's going to be a bit caught, but she's got a mate out there. And Horvath has chosen to go around the right-hand side, purely to help out Virginia. Saskia Hockley looking every bit a winner to me at this stage. There's the turn. They're heading down towards it. Hockley's already well organised to her left. Virginia maybe having a little pop at her before the turn. But that's come to nothing, so it's Hockley in control. Be really interesting to see where she goes on the portage. She's cutting the boys fine, and that's forced the Hungarian into the backwash. That deals with one. Gives her plenty of time. Round comfortably. And it's a very tight turn. That second last buoy on that turn before they come in is really, really sharp. Hockley chooses to come, landings right, carry the boat in her right hand. Time taken, well organised, out, never let go of anything, and it's going to be shouldering her boat. She is up and running well. Hungarians bouncing their boats up the ramp. But if you're a Hungarian now, you've just seen what's going to happen to you on all these portages, and this is South Africa all the way for me.
South African used to long portages, carrying the boat on the shoulder on their domestic races where they can have kilometers of running. Seems pretty relaxed.
That's quite a long drop down to that landing stage. You've got the two drops, and when your knees are going at the end of the races, those two drops are going to be quite fun to watch, I think. South Africa away, Hungary away, And here comes Smith, again shouldering the boat. That's obviously, they've had that discussion. And there, Caesar lost a bit of ground on those lead three. Nice and safe, maybe a little slow getting into her boat. Chase is on at the front. It's Horvath closing down Hockley. I don't think Hockley will care about that. She's probably after a lift around the next lap. So that's one portage done. 4 to go. 3 to go, rather. Stefan, with our commentary set up, we've got no access to Jim Rossiter to count these laps for us. We're in trouble.
Yeah.
So coming through the portage now. Got Spain. And see her boat number as she comes through. Missed it. Some people just never look comfortable on the run. Away go, first three, and sure enough, Horvath's leading, and Hockley more than happy just to sit there. Driscoll from Ireland in the background. Argentina. Velasquez. The one struggling on the run in there. Back up the junior C1s. So, quick apology to some of the fans watching this. My internet connection's poor and the clarity of my screen doesn't allow me to see all the numbers. I know you've got a better picture on your YouTube. View up the course there. So there's you've got Horvath, Hockley, Virginia, Romania there, Anika, number 14. And 19 there, Rodriguez from Spain. Looks like her day's over. 31 shot from Moldova there, Salkatan. She's the one with the penalty. There's your leader, Kovaleva from Russia, and that gap's just going to open up from now till the end of the race, I think. So red lane on the portage is the feeding lane. Come through there if you need a drink or some help. And so that was our swimmer, Bugar from Slovakia. Fair play to her for pressing on.
Acum urcă și astea? Astea s-au dus după aia care a căzut la 500 în apă. Aia care a căzut la 500 în apă și care șoc termic s-au dus acum după ea. La 500, nu știu unde 500. .36 there. Besniak still second. They're going to come through to their first portage of 2. Excuse me. Can you move a little further, please? E departe, boss. Da.
So here they come, first portage by Kovaleva.
Sunt pe marginea balustradei, da, n-am ce să fac, trebuie să o iei mai repede din 4.
Besniak comes through with Matovic just behind her. No rush though for Kovaleva. Well, she breaks into a trot, having seen that the others have made it to the other end of the portage. So the motorboat we saw heading up to the first portage, to the top turn in a hurry, which was a bit unusual. Apparently there's an athlete in trouble up there, breathing problem. Spain coming in for their first portage in the C1. We'll keep you informed on that situation as it develops. But Gorinsky from Spain. Matovic overtakes Besniak on the portage, which, if that plays out again on the next lap for the final short lap, is quite significant. So through goes Gorinsky. And 35 Ukraine Shumarova approaches her first portage. .31. We thought she had a time penalty, Salkitan. Maybe pulled aside for that at some point on this run. She's not be best pleased about that. Presumably she'll tend to know if you missed the buoy on the top. Yeah. Few choice words in Moldovan, I'm sure. Looks like she hasn't really seen that coming. She's totally confused by this. Poor girl. So here we go, back to the start of the women's front group of the women's race, and Canoe 7, the Hungarians now separated by the South African. It's hard work on that second washout. That's Horvath.
A little bit strange way to form the group.
And Horvath. I don't know, Horvath, what is she doing? Is she coming round? She's not coming round? She's not coming round. Just vaguely wandering about on the outside there. Jenny looking the stronger of the two Hungarians as it stands. Another attempt on the outside from Horvath to come round.
No signal.
There's no. I think I've just. And a little burst towards the bottom turn. It's Regeni wanting to come in first this time. Round they come. So it's Regeni from Hockley. Hockley goes right, Regeni left. Second portage of 4. Jenny a little bit more intent on this one. Hockley coming through, up onto her shoulder. Jenny's going to carry it in her hand, and they're both out equal and away. And Horvath running pretty well out the back, knowing she has to keep up. Hockley comes in for a drink, see how their team do. Straight over the head. Job done. Athlete fed. The camera gang, guy from Canoe Sport there, who does such a great job promoting the sport. Sadly, we're missing Carolyn Cooper this year. But she'll be back, I'm sure. And away they go. So South Africa, and it's actually Horvath who's second away. South Africa, absolutely in no hurry. She is so well organised. She really doesn't care, as long as she's in touch with those two.
Organised and seems very, very relaxed as well.
Yeah, that's a confident paddler.
Yes.
Matt Bowman's done a good job with her, it looks like. And Italy next. And Smith from South Africa just behind. And away with intent goes Horvath. Struggling coming into the portage. Leaves first. We come Ireland and Slovakia. That's Rasova and Driscoll. Oh no, I messed that up. South African there, Smith, sorry. Promise will get better as time goes on, once we sort out screen on my computer is struggling a bit. I apologise to the people watching. So Italy, away she goes. That's Chisa, 4th place, and somewhere around with her is Smith from South Africa. Coming through, Norway into the feeding lane, Ukraine into the feeding lane.
Germany. Joris Sommer.
Now we have Ireland. Ireland and Argentina, both B finalists in the 500 metres. Maybe not having such a good day today. But that's running. So she's going to have no trouble. Driscoll leaving the Argentinian Velasquez way behind on the portage. And Driscoll with a sniff of catching the boats in front. Away she goes. So Denmark there.
Ukraine.
And Anderson just at the back of his shot from Great Britain. On her own at the moment. It'd be great to catch and have a little ride round with somebody. It's Nielsen from Denmark. There's your view down the course. Trying to work out where the leaders were, but the leaders in the C1 coming back down the far side. Coming round for their second and final portage. So really untroubled at the front, Kovaleva. Besniuk's got ahead of Matovic after falling behind at the portage.
Quite impressive technique from Kovaleva. Boat is steady, high speed, relaxed. Very nicely done this morning.
So a fair gap now between first and then that race for second and third. Spain, it looks like, in fourth. Second place currently, Besniuk. Matovic just struggling now to keep in touch with her. Beautiful flat lake this morning.
Not too hot, perfect conditions. Katerina Besniuk from Ukraine. Ukraine that usually has very good women C1 paddlers and also crews C2. We saw in the Sprint World Championships also C4. Very good Ukrainian performance there. So also here. by Katarina Besniuk. Strong tradition of male C category paddling. In Ukraine. Also in Hungary, of course. In Russia.
So Besniuk making her way down, still not opened the gap up on Matovic. Matovic portage the better of the two, so it's going to be quite tense coming into this portage. And only the short lap left after this, so pretty short, sharp race for these girls. No stress at the front at all for Kovaleva.
Sunt departe, mă. De la acolo, în centru.
32 there from Spain, Gorinsky. Not looking quite as technically tight as the leader behind her. Well, there's the leader now. It's like Stefan, I'm no expert, but the difference seems to be in that front leg. Kovaleva seems to be able to keep some pressure on, whereas Gorinsky is kind of losing that tension through the front leg.
It's amazing to see Kovaleva, how she managed the boat. It doesn't move up and down at all. All the power is to get speed of the boat, avoiding getting this movement up and down of the bow. Watch this, it's really nice. Quite unusual to see that actually in C1 paddling. The boat used to go up and down a little bit. As you can see here.
So as Kovaleva comes around for her final portage, it's really going to be very easy. So in the women's C1, we've got Kovaleva, Besniuk, Matovic, Gorinsky, then Skarosi from Hungary, Garcia from Spain, Chimarova from Ukraine, and Salkatan from Moldova. That's your top 8. And a bit of emotional music playing as we come in through that final portage. Appreciation from the crowd. So from start to finish, Kovaleva led this one. And this is where the race is. The Hungarian ran better than the Ukrainian on the previous portage. Ukrainian's been overtaken by the Hungarian. May have even been reduced to walk in there. 32 Spain, Gorinsky. Gorinsky currently fourth. In goes Hungary. And only one short lap. Gorinsky at the other end of the portage. It's quite a climb up that ramp by the look of it. So Gorinsky running way better than Besniuk was, but Besniuk should be in at the other end by now. Then Scarosi just behind the Spaniard, but that's a long just behind. And there's the gap between the Hungarian Matovic and the Ukrainian Besniuk, and I think that is a gap that's not going to close. So the Hungarian won this on a portage-in. Around the top goes the Russian Kovaleva. She'll be coming in to finish as the women's K1 come in for their third portage of 4. Kovaleva untroubled. And at the front again, Horvath, second washout, as Regeni piles on the pressure, intent on getting to the portage first. Looks from the graphic at least like Rosova has overtaken Smith into 5th place in that women's K1. Hats off to Smith though, she gave it a go in the early stages. It would make or break for her. She could have got into that V and didn't quite pan out for her, but lap of victory here. Kovaleva as the other girls come in to the portage. Horvath hampered slightly there by the C1, shouldn't trouble her too much. Hockley there, a little bit time taking getting out as Regeni runs off. He's to be first up the ramp. So South African overtakes on the run again. Horvath running well. She got out last because she's going to get in contention again. Again, Regeni will be second. Getting in her boat also there. Second, the Ukrainian Mostovenko. No, sorry. Messed that up totally. That's Shimarova. Ain't getting in. That's Kovaleva. Makes the way to the finish line. So in the junior women's K1, it's Hockley, Regeni, Horvath, Chiesa, Sova, Smith, Amarundarain, Fink, Helleran, Mostovenko, Summer. That's your first 11. So just a few meters to go now for our first champion of the weekend.
Are un pic, rămân, mă duc cu ea?
It's going to be Kovaleva from Russia.
De aici? Mă duc cu ea sau rămân aici?
Through she goes. Job done for her. Nice easy start to the weekend.
Impressive win. In the lead from start to finish. Doing it alone.
Matovic stretched their lead from Besniuk. He's going to get Hungary's first medal of the weekend. There'll be many more to come, especially in the junior racing, I suspect. And the women's K1, a lot of the favourites are Hungarian. Women's kayaks rather, not just the K1, the K2s also. Across the line, there's Matovic. Besniuk just a few lengths behind her. And it'll be Gorinsky from Spain next.
I think we'll see more medals coming in for Ukraine in the C1 women for this weekend as well.
Yeah, we've got Babak in the senior women. I think she's won 4 out of 5 of the World Championships that have been on offer. So 5 out of 6 would be good for her. So the boats get taken away, weighed and measured. Very rarely a problem with that. Most teams organised enough. So around the top of your screen there goes Driscoll.
And Spain, Gorinsky, 4th place. I'm in C1.
Anderson from Denmark, also with Driscoll. And from Denmark there is Nielsen. Paddles nicely. Just a bit outgunned, caught for speed today. But she's young. We'll see her in other races this weekend. So Velasquez, Driscoll and Anderson from Denmark running through the portage all together. It's Driscoll away first. Garcia from Spain, her day finishing in the C1s. At 31, Moldova. In shot there with Van Voorst in the K1. Not a great day for the Moldovan. She missed that buoy on the first turn, had her 15-second penalty, which was obviously not particularly welcome, and imagine this one might be one she might choose to forget. Hard day for her, but she's done. And looks like we've got the drone back up and running now, which is great for us. Commentary done, work out who those people are for you. So 25 there. Coming through is Stalinova from Ukraine. Stalinova in and away.
10th position.
Ona, Eiderre. Eider, razekoa, 45 segundo, Daukazu margena, venga. Alemana txigoazu baino beto, Hori, hop. Ona, Eider, oso ondo, elegante.
Bit more enthusiasm from the crowd than there is from the paddler on this one. And running through could be Van Bommel. From the Netherlands. Mundarain from Spain coming round. Says Rodriguez on the side of a boat. Doesn't tally with the name I've got on my list, so apologies again. So Virginia leads from Hockley, from Horvath, Cheeser in fourth. Rasova has now overtaken Smith, and then Fink and Amundarain. The Spaniard towards the back there was Rodriguez. Sorry, it's boat 19, not 18. And there's our leaders. They're certainly on the water. I was going to say certainly, there's no certainty about it. I was going to say Horvath is looking strong, but the other two are looking very, very relaxed in their respective positions. On our own, just behind them, Cheeser still presses on. Never quite closed that gap. And now the gap slowly opens, and it's a bit of attrition for her. She has to stay ahead. So Horvath leads. South Africa, Hockley, to me, looking the best of the three. It's going to be very hard, I think, if she can get ahead on that last portage for these other two to overtake her. And I see that's how it might play out. That's what I would do if I was a South African. I'd loiter and loiter until that last portage. Give it a big run, get in first, and then just not let anyone else pass. They're on their third, penultimate portage on this lap. Eight there, Cheeser. It's been a long, lonely trip for her. She got so close to these front three. Did everything right that she could. She went wide. She ran down the waves out to the side. And ultimately, they were just too fast for her. So she's currently on her own. But good news for the other South Africans is that Smith has caught up with Rasova again, and they seem to be, at least according to that graphic, together. So that's encouraging. The medals are here. Horvath, Regeni and Hockley. So tension builds as they come down towards the portage. Not nearly as much this lap as next, when it is everything to play for. Both looking strong. The Hungarians just relentlessly churn out juniors after juniors for these races. I don't think we've ever sat through one of these junior women's K1s without two Hungarians featuring highly. The speed picks up. Each lap they come round, they learn a lesson. They know where they don't want to be now. They know where they do want to be. Whether they can get there or not is open to debate. But certainly Horvath doesn't want to be last into the portage this time. So this is the big one. As ever, counting my laps wrong, and this is the final portage for these girls. I'm just getting that information through. Luckily there's people keeping tabs on my incompetence from afar, and this is the final lap. So Horvath, a lot more intent on this one. So final portage coming up, and that's pretty stressful for all three. Hockley knows she can outrun the other two, I think. Virginia, even though she's got out first, has got in last on the last two portages. We haven't seen this level of intent from Horvath coming into a portage yet. She knows she wants to get out first. And Virginia looks like she's suffering. Speed has obviously gone up. There's single file coming into the final portage. Horvath leads in the green headband. Hockley just behind her from South Africa in the blue boat. Just behind her, the second Hungarian, Virginia, coming to the left of the pontoon. So, first out, Horvath. Slow, steady, but well organised. Hockley, boat on her shoulder, and she's going to have to run hard now. Horvath, away and clear, at least for the moment. Running well. Running very well. Wow, that gap opened up very, very quickly. Horvath, it turns out, is no slouch on the run-in when she needs to be. And that looks to me like a winning run. She has to get in cleanly. She's opened up a huge gap.
Impressive. Didn't expect that.
Well, we'd seen her get out last and get in with the others, but we'd never seen that. We hadn't had a clue that that was going to happen. That is super impressive. She's away and she's won. I mean, that's there's nobody catching her now. Hockley. He swapped sides there. I guess boat on the shoulder, she would swap sides, and away goes Virginia in third place. And I think that's nobody's catching Horvath, that's for sure. And now it's a fight for second place. Fourth place there, as it has been for an awful lot of this race, is Chiesa from Italy. There goes Horvath. There's your winner. Hockley a little look behind to see where Virginia was as Chiesa runs across the portage. Boat on your shoulders, nice and tidy, keeps it away from your legs, but holding it with two hands, you get this awkward sort of twist. It's hard to run comfortably. You can just hold that boat in the one hand, paddle in the other. Takes a bit of learning, boat bounces a little bit, but it's a lot easier to run without both hands above your head. But Chiesa has done a great day's work here today. Away she goes, fourth place for her. And already at the top turn is Horvath from Hungary. Then Virginia now leading Hockley. And I don't think Hockley's going to get many favours around that top turn. Whoa, Horvath is storming. Virginia gets a length. There were no favours for Hockley around that turn. She was cut very, very tight. And now it's going to be hard for her to get back in contention. Really well organised race from Hockley. I think just no one saw that run coming, did they, Stefan, from Horvath? We haven't seen a Hungarian portage that well in the juniors for a long time.
Exactly so. She's been looking strong all the way through, so.
Italy still sticking to her task. So there's your three. That's separated out very, very quickly. Seems that Horvath was keeping something back for this last lap and that last portage. She organised the group so she led into the portage. She obviously knew she could run that well. And in she comes. It's not pretty, but it's an effective way, it looks, of making that boat go along. And in the background, 21 there, Anderson from Denmark. We'll watch her race finish, knowing she's still got the one small lap to go. But Regeni, world champion from Hungary. It won't be for the last time we say that this weekend. 16 there, Hockley, world champion in surf ski just a few weeks ago. Now third in the marathon, and a good day's work for her. I'm really impressed by her, Stefan.
Yes.
There's a future there. That's going to be on and on.
Absolutely is, and it's not I don't think it's the last time we see a paddle from Durban and Blue Lagoon and Lee McGregor's squad winning a medal here.
Yeah. He turned the clock forward 2 or 3 years, and of those three, you would fancy Hockley to be the one that moves on and up through the fields, I think.
Yeah.
Superb. But is Hockley with the Mac squad? She's with Matt Bowman down.
Ah, yeah. Okay.
So
maybe others.
So there's a few different distinct groups, I think, that down there. Matt Bowman, surf ski paddler himself, one of the great surf ski paddlers out there, and great ethos. And I think sometimes when you see athletes race, you can see in them the philosophies and ethos of their coaches, and I think that shone through for Hockley in that race. So there's Cheeser across the line. Really unlucky, I think, not to make the group. Had a good shot at it, and fourth place. Fourth place is always a tough one, but with the three that far ahead, I don't think you've got any argument. So around the bottom turn there. This is Smith, sorry. And Rasova. And it looks like Rasova is going to get the better of Smith on the finish. Again, though, for me, Smith, there's a good future there. Very young. Had a good go at getting into that front group. Was the closest of any of the other girls. And here we go. She's having a little pop right at the end. It's going to be tight, but Rasova just holds on.
For 5th and 6th position.
And we'll see Smith again in the K2. She's under 16, and we'll see her again in the junior races. So any other under 16s out there, you know you are. That's what you've got to match. Running through the portage. From Denmark.
Siri Nielsen.
It's Nielsen, yeah. She's on her last lap. Velasquez and Driscoll. Velasquez struggles on the portage in, but she's obviously done a bit better this time to stay with Driscoll. Amundarain from Spain. Boat 18, finishing in 8th place, just behind Fink of Germany. Wondering the first of the Spaniards. Talked about it before, Stefan, with the Spanish juniors. They always seem like they're not really on pace, but by the time they get to senior, they're all right up there, and we'll see a lot of Spaniards mixing it in the seniors.
Yeah.
So Velasquez and Driscoll fight it out. Velasquez from Argentina, Driscoll from Ireland. It looks like it's going to finish in that order. It's so hard to come past in the last 100 metres or so. Just to dig yourself out of the wash that you're on, climb over and get past is a big ask for anyone. But a great year for Driscoll and her coach John Simmons. And for all those marathon fans out there who know, here we go, she's going to have a pop and she's going to get it. We said it was hard. It's not hard for her. Superb overtake. Velasquez had no answer.
Twelfth and 13th position for them.
Anderson is going to fill that 14th position. That's Anderson from Denmark. There's another Anderson out there from Great Britain in 19th currently. Van Bommel runs across the portage for her final portage. Van Bommel currently 21st with 3 behind her. Nielsen from Denmark just behind her teammate Anderson. Denmark seem to have such a well-organised group and programme going now for the marathons, and spilling into the sprints as well now, the overlap with the 5K. Across the line now, Anderson from Denmark. Van Voorst there with Bugar fighting it out just behind Nielsen of Denmark. It looks like Bugar has the edge at the moment over the Dutch paddler. Nielsen just holding on to her 15th place as the other two close her down in their fight for 16th and 17th. And Ciubanica from Romania on her own, just behind those two. Not on her own, that's Grace Anderson from Great Britain having a go, closing her down. We're not going to see that finish by the look of it. Instead, we'll look at Rodriguez go over the portage. Anderson goes past Ciubanica of Romania. Good finish for Grace Anderson there. Also competed at the Sprint World Championships a couple of weeks back. Was 7th in the B final of the 500 metres. So from Ukraine, Stalinova will be next to finish. So just 4 more to come in after Stalinova.
'20th position for her.
Van Bommel in 21st.
Danish coach.
He's been around now for 300 or 400 years, Stefan, hasn't he?
Yeah,
He was there back in our day. He was coaching back then.
absolutely. Still chairman of
Det där ser bra ut.
their committee for racing, or at least member of the board of the federation.
Few discussions in the drinks lane there, how things are going to be done later on in the weekend. And there's the important work going on. Checking lists. You can never check too many lists. So Van Bommel just finishing off. And then we got Rodriguez from Spain, Nariot from Romania, and Rivera from Chile. How many times have we had someone from Chile in the race, Stefan?
I think it's the first time, actually.
I think it's the first time too. And that can only be a good thing. So Rodriguez from Spain.
Chile actually has very good, exciting canoeing conditions in the south, close to Patagonia and these areas. It's wonderful there for all kind of canoe sport.
Det e cea mai simplă 3 de bani. Mai e aia care ai acum și încă 2 la final.
There's our final 2 from Romania and Chile. We have Nariuk and Rivera, sorry. First to finish from Spain, Rodriguez. Nariuk will be next, and Rivera closes this session for us. And our next session, we move on to the heats, the short course race. Be a very different vibe to it. So session 1 done.
Yes. We have 10 minutes to go to the next session coming up, and that is the short distances, and that's the heats for women and men short distance. But before that, I think we will have some highlights and a cup of coffee or something like that. Highlights from the previous races.
At 10:45, we are getting ready for the third race, K1 Woman Short Race, Heat 1, 3.400 kilometers.
So a few minutes to go until the next race. And it's the short course heats for first the senior women and second the senior men. A short course, just 3 small laps, couple of portages, basically a condensed marathon race. Not a lot of time for recovery if you make a mistake, and it's going to be short, sharp, hopefully eventful, but not in a bad way.
For the start are getting ready from Italy, Susanna Cicali. Japan, Moe Kurihara.
So the on-site commentators already announcing the athletes for the first heat of the women's short course.
Ukraine, Ivana Andrukiv. Czech Republic, Katerina Milova. Germany, Lisa Kislik. Serbia, Kristina Perek. Poland, Marta Witowska. Ukraine, Anastasia Pavlova. Rebecca George Scudder. Denmark, Katrin Rask. Romania, Georgiana Vucea. And Romania, Georgiana Vucea.
So Stefan, what are we hoping for in this one?
I think it is it will be quite intense racing in these heats. Many good names.
A quick scan through both heats suggests that the second one is an awfully lot harder than the first one.
Yeah.
But I think with 6 through by right and the 8 fastest losers, that will iron itself out. I think probably a lot of the losers, the 8 fastest, at least, the bulk of those may come from the second one. Second one is stacked. First one, though, the main players in the first one, potentially Cicali in boat 52. Kessler from France, he was 10th in China 2 years ago. Bedek second in China in boat 59, and Rask, who was 7th in the 5K in Copenhagen a couple of weeks ago, in boat 63. They're the ones that sort of stand out.
Yeah.
Got 4 standouts with 6 people going through. In theory, everyone from this first heat could go through with 1 to 6 and the fastest 8 losers. But in the way these pan out, Stefan, I mean, you kind of know how long it takes you to do this distance. So if you're in the second heat, you know whether you've got to press on or not, don't you? First heat, really, you end up racing the race that's in front of you. It could be very slow. That's Cicali there from Italy. It's been around in these races for quite a long time. So you're picking weed out the water there. That's presumably from just in front of where she's going to be starting. She's not going to be cleaning the whole lake for everybody, that's for sure. And so it does look like weed could be a factor on these races sometimes.
Yeah.
So Pavlova from Ukraine. 57, Milova from Czech Republic. 62 there from Sweden. I'll let you pronounce that one, Stefan, because I can't. George Dotter. How did I do? Not too bad.
George Dotter, meaning the daughter of George.
Okay, simple as.
Yeah.
55 Kessler from France in the white, all white there, and to her right from Ukraine, and Dreyfkiv. The 59 Bedek at the top of that list, probably favourite for this. Right in the centre of the field.
Asta cât e, că nu văd.
Nearest to us, white boat with the red pattern on the front. There's Bedek there in the green. And the white boat with the red pattern on the front, Rask, close to us. Also going to be a big player in this. George Dotter just to her left. 6 go through by right, and the fastest 8 losers from both heats combined. Been very picky how they line them up. Boat boy nearest us keeps wiggling this boat around. You wouldn't want to be sat there in that boat with him. He's pushing it forward, bringing it back, and away they go. Rask away well. Romanian closest to us at a horrible start. George Dotter getting with Rask. It's a great ride to the front if these two can get it. Rask's been a little bit more focused on the shorter distance stuff this year. She is well away, well away. Top of your picture, Sakali in the blue boat and the green boat, Bedek. 3 distinct colours to watch out for. Rask way well. These heats not quite as busy as the men's heats will be shortly afterwards, so there's a lot more room for error. Romanian struggling to stay with Rask. She may be off already. And there's Sakali and Kessler. Top of the course. They're going to have to make their way across to Rask, who's there in the bottom, and Bedek in the green boat in the middle. A dreadful start, or a very good start for Rask, or a dreadful start for everyone else. Who knows? We'll find out. Hopefully not too good from Rask. Oh, we got a swimmer there, 53, Kurihara from Japan. Hopefully she's in another race later in the weekend. So Kurihara out. Really not a lot of point in finishing a short course heat if you're in the water at this stage. Back we go to the action. Oh no, that's a replay of Kurihara taking a swim. Being rescued. No. Bit unlucky for her. There we go. So that looks like Bedek leading. Carly, Rask, Kessler. They're your front 4.
All the 4 expected. Bedek with lots of experience throughout the years.
You struggled a bit at the 5K in Copenhagen a couple of weeks ago, though,
Yeah.
Stefan. Just didn't really shine there. Rask was the better one there, although they finished in 7th and 8th ultimately.
Rebecca is doing well. A young Swedish girl from Nyköping.
Rask leading, Bedek in green. Cicali, the Italian flag on the front of her boat, just ducks into the V and ducks in very, very nicely. Superb from her. Kessler on the left of the group as we look at it.
Right after this top four is Rebecca Georgsdotter from Sweden, a youngster from Nyköping, leading the second group.
So 4 boats, well organised, very straightforward for these 4. There's really, their only motivation really should be to stay out of trouble, stay clean. Their final is at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Chase 2, they've got motivation to stay ahead. Top 6 from this heat go through, and it does very much look like on paper that the second heat is way more stacked than this one. So to come top 6 here would be a little bit of a guarantee. Bedek really making a meal of going around these.
Wow.
That's like proper amateur, Stefan.
Yeah.
What was that all about? So she's really struggled to paddle over the boys on the turn there. Lost the group just off the back of the group. I mean, she's not going to be stressed about that, but in the final, that's not somebody who's going to be featuring, really, is it? Rask up and away well. Kessler a little bit untidy getting her boat out, but Cicali running well as well. There's Rask and Cicali looking really good. Kessler just not managing her portage quite so well, and Bedek, well, I mean, you wouldn't think she's been around for the last 15 years.
No, exactly. She's struggling.
Rask's numbers come off. I don't think that's significant. I don't think there's any time penalties for losing your number. These 2 running really well and have got a fair gap from Kessler and Bedek, who she didn't shine on the 5K in Copenhagen, and looks like today also.
Do you think it's any advantages on either side of the portage?
Where Kessler's getting in now, the landing stage is a little bit shorter. You can paddle away. It looks on the left side like it's a little bit of a long way round to get off that pontoon, but it's hard just getting the visual, isn't it? You know, when you're there, you get a different feel for it. So you haven't seen anyone really favour the left or the right. They've been pretty well divided between the 2. So there's your leaders, Cicali and Rask. They've both got to be Ukraine 56 there, and Drakev possibly not looking for qualification, I'm thinking. So this is the only the second time we've had the short course at Worlds.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this heat's divided up fairly quickly, but I think when we get to the final and you see bigger groups and a little bit more intensity, I think these are a great addition to the program. Also bringing that overlap between this and the 5K.
Exactly. So open up for not marathon specialists as well to do this.
I don't know. Do you think you have to be a marathon specialist to organise your way around the group and the portages? You still got to have that marathon experience. You wouldn't get a sprinter.
Exactly. But over the years, people will get experience just from doing this ones.
Yeah. And in terms of a learning curve for your long marathons, these short ones are great. You get the portages come thick and fast. You've got the group changes. You just don't have the distance in between all the action. So it's the only thing you don't have to manage so well as your energy outputs.
And athletes seems to love it. It's increasing numbers every year in these short distances as well.
So these two away and clear. I'm sure their minds are more on the final now than they are on this, the result from here. I'm not sure. Are there seedings from the final, Stefan, according to your position in the heats? Do you get central draw if you're the winner of a heat and work out to the edges?
I think it's free. It's free seedings. Meaning that's not a precise position on the start line, depending on where your position in the heats.
Rask looking very easy. It's good to see her back to form.
Yeah.
And the next two, Kessler and Bedek, being chased down by, I think, Swede and somebody else.
Milova from Czech.
So final portage for these two. Little glance over, I'm sure, to see where the rest of the field are, and they're a long way behind. We got a clear 6. I think it looks like the others are going to struggle to get any of the 8th best times at this rate. These two come in. Rask choosing to go to the right. I think probably the most significant thing with your choice, it looks like, Stefan, is which hand you like to run with carrying the boat. Both those two more than content just to jog along. A little bit of a chat to the coach there from Sakali. And Bedek and Kessler, fair way down. So Bedek second 2 years ago, Stefan, in China on this to Kisley, I think, and that isn't going to happen this year, that's for sure. Unless she's holding an awful lot back.
Kessler away, Bedek away, and also Rebecca Yerosotter, a youngster that is have been doing marathon for a couple of years, but having done much better this year than any previously. coming generation from Sweden.
Are things looking good in Sweden, Stefan, for you youngsters in this discipline?
Quite a number of athletes doing it more seriously now. I think the number have increased during the pandemic period. We have had the open waters all the way through, so people have been at home training and doing what they love, paddling. So the numbers have increased slightly over the 2 past years.
There's your list: Sakali, Kessler, Bedek, Sjorsdotter.
And Rask wasn't on that list, so
No,
because she lost her number.
Witkowska from Poland, also up there. There's your front 2, miles ahead. This has spread out remarkably quickly for such a short race.
When you see this list, remember that Katrin Rask is not on it. She's in the lead. She lost her number, so she doesn't appear on the list.
You're looking at a time around 16.5 minutes for these races. And the gaps that open up. Get big pretty quickly. Need to be within about a minute of the leader to make the final. So I think we're only going to get 1 or 2 of the fastest losers, if that, come from this heat. So spread out. These 2 away and clear. Really doesn't matter who wins this. I think heat 2 will be just a little bit more busy and a little bit more exciting. The first 2 across the line. So the significant thing now is top 6 and then the times for those that follow. So this is 3rd and 4th. We've got Sweden, Sjorsdotter in 5th. 6th place goes to Milova. They're the automatic qualifiers, and then it's all down to times after that. Argentina's Canoe-Kayak will have to wait and see. I think it's going to be tough for these heats. So Canoe-Kayak across the line now. I think that's in 8th place. Ninth goes to Vucea from Romania. in the final, we'll expect these times to go under 16 minutes, down to about 15 and a half. Everything will speed up a bit for then, and certainly get a lot more crowded at the front end. So this one all a little bit processional, which was probably not the intent when these races were thought of. And I think this race will only really get going come the finals. And we have 20 of the best. I think a lot of those 20 will come from Heat 2, which we'll see shortly. In Heat 2, we have the world champion Van der Kisly from Hungary going in boat 77. All a bit tame in Heat 1. Susanna Sakali comfortably through. Next race in 10 minutes. Too noisy. Okay, so we see the athletes come out for second heat. Stefan, it's a loaded heat. Anderson, Barrios, third 2 years ago. Fichetti has been brilliant as a junior in the long races. Broughton, third in the 5K just a week ago. On that list, you got Hartley, also in the 5K. Jenny Egan, second in the 5K just a week ago, or a couple of weeks ago. Just big names all through.
Yes, absolutely. It looks like a final, actually.
Yeah. You got some outsiders there as well. You got Sam Rees-Clark, who was third in the under-23 3 years ago in the long race, but she's good at this sort of stuff as well. Yeah, she's going to be in there in that top 6. Pretty sure of that. Yeah, this is looking quite stacked. Fichetti, Kisley is an obvious one to point out.
Yes. Kisley, who was the winner in China, I think.
Yeah. Got first and third from China in this one, plus Broughton, who had a bad race in China. I think I don't remember she missed a buoy. She had to go back round a buoy, so she was way down the field, but wouldn't have been had it not been for that. Egan, you've got a place in the top few. That's Sam Rees-Clark in the yellow boat there. She's good at managing this sort of stuff. She trains with a bunch of guys all the time, and there's no quarter given there, I'm sure.
And Melina Andersson did this very well at the Europeans in Russia, in Moscow, earlier this year.
Second South African there. That's there's Kisley, red boat, white stripe, white shirt, 78. Lining up next to her, Bridget Hartley, 10th in the 5K, 5th in this race 2 years ago. Egan there. Depends what cartoon era you come from as to whether that boat's Peppa Pig or Baba Papa. But in the pink boat for Egan, she had a brilliant year. Her race in the 5K Copenhagen was one of the best managed races you could see. Top of your screen, 3 down, Fichetti. Lining up with Barrios in the white boat on her left. They're all players in this, and this is going to be a little bit more exciting than Heat 1, I think. Lined up, ready to go. Russian nearest us, but it's Argentina away well. Second up, that's Garrow. Egan in the pink boat, also going well. Garrow from Argentina. Surprise package so far. Garrow in the boat, white boat closest to us, neck and neck with Egan. To Egan's left, Telska, Czech Republic, hanging on. Betza also hanging on to Egan in the pink boat. From France, in the other pink boat is Boinard. And across comes Kisley in the red. Rees-Clark in the yellow, getting onto her tail. Way busier than Heat 1. And impressed by Argentina in this one. I know we haven't got far. The Argentinian men have been on the up and up for a few years now. And now we have 155 there, Garrow from Argentina, mixing it with some of the big guns in this one. So Egan, where she likes to be, covering who she sees as the favourite in the race, side by side. She'll defend that place.
And Kisley where she likes to be as well, I think, into this first turn.
Broughton to the left of Kisley, she's safe out there. Tucked in the back there is Hartley. Ficchetti's got to be out there somewhere.
And Melina Andersson is also there, 6:23 there, the Swedish girl.
Look at that, that's more like it, Stefan.
Yeah,
that's what
exactly.
See. Beautifully organised group there. Right at the tail of that group in the yellow boat, Sam Rees-Clark in a really brilliant position. If you're going to be that far back in the group, in line with the leader is always the best place. That's where the waves line up the best. But she's going to be, in fact, she's just lost that place as somebody's dropped back onto her wave. She's had to go across to the outside. It's going to be tight for her around this corner. But Kisley leads. Broughton, Egan.
Kisley leaving quite good room for everyone on the inside. Well done from her.
And you can see that a few more of the 8 fastest losers will come from this race than they did from the first one.
Absolutely.
So we've got the 2 South Africans in there, Hartley and Betzer. We've got Broughton, we've got Kisley, Egan on the far side, Garrow. No Ficchetti as yet. Red boat with the black spots and tips on. I'm going to try and give you a name for that. You might see better than I can on my screen.
It's Melina Andersson, Swedish. .623, number 71.
72. Barrios making hard work of it. 73, sorry, Ficchetti on the outside in the sunglasses. She's going to come around now.
Yeah.
Extremely strong. I mean, we've seen her catch up so many times, Stefan. Her portaging has been abysmal over the years. And it's one of those things you just hold your head. So hopefully she's improved that. But there is absolutely no doubt in her ability on the water. She is mean out there. The two of the best at race management out there are sitting 2nd and 3rd currently.
Oh, there she goes.
Here goes Kisley. Just wants to keep out of trouble, I guess. This is a great group. Great race. Louis Barrios, the white boat. Going to be on the inside of the turn. Sam Rees-Clark back in contention, reasonably comfortable. Probably not the wash she'd choose, but it's the wash she's got, and she's making a good job of that. Brown comes Kisley. Everyone in this group is going to be looking at a place in the final. Add those front 4 to this for the final, and we are up for a really good race. Egan going right, Kisley going left. Broughton comes round. Hartley out behind Kisley. And Garrow. Argentina just on this side, but it's spread out.
Very well done by Kisley.
Barrios has done incredibly well, I think, on that. He's got herself back in contention. Oh, that's a shame. That's Garrow, and she'd done so well. That's what you noticed, Stefan. I missed that when she fell in, and maybe we'll get a replay of that if we're really lucky. But you obviously saw that as it happened live. Kisley, very, very comfortable, I would say. Egan also comfortable. Hartley there running through. There's Broughton there. Barrios, the big winner on that portage. Swede Anderson, Stefan, doing really well there. Sam Rees-Clark away. And then it's all looking a bit hectic after that. There's some strugglers now. That group's going to break up, and we're down to 7. Tail enders coming through. That's Turaldo from Italy there. There's your 7. Kisley, Egan, Barrios, Hartley, Anderson, Broughton, and Rees-Clark. Where's Anderson from, Stefan? She's doing a great job here. Is she from one of your clubs, or?
She's from Nyköping, one of the main clubs of Sweden historically. Same club as Gert Fredriksson, the great athlete from ancient times. But a club that always have produced very good. She's from Bråviken, not Nyköping, exact. South from Nyköping, Bråviken. Also a great club with a great heritage and producing many good marathon paddlers. Especially marathon paddlers, I should say. She has been a talent for many years, Melina, as young as she is. And this year seems to be her breakthrough year in international marathon.
Definitely, she's up there with some really big names.
Yes, and doing very well at the Europeans as well.
So there's Ficchetti in the black boat, as ever, catching up after the portage. Betzer from South Africa in the blue boat there, just going through. But Egan leads. I think everyone in this group now knows they're going to qualify. That's a pretty big group. Add in Rask and Sakali from the heat before, and we're in for some really good finals here. Rees-Clark just moving across to get a V on that outside of the group. So Egan leads from Hartley on her right, Kisley on her left, and they're just picking up the next portage. Looks like it's Kisley still the one capable of doing the damage. Barrios now very comfortable managing those waves at the back. And Anderson moves up another slot in the group. But Kisley looking to be in good form. Ficchetti hauling them in from behind. I can't see the short course being her thing. Too many portages in too short a time, and you just can't recover quick enough to get back in contention. Great shot there. You see how much the hips and the legs are used by Vanda Kisley. She's been at the top of this game for a little while now, and it doesn't look like changing anytime soon. Ficchetti struggling on her own between those two groups. And here we go for portage number 2. Kisley left, Egan right. Egan takes Hartley. Kisley takes Anderson and Barrios. 2 athletes from Great Britain at the back on that left-hand side. Broughton out well, but Kisley so smooth. Out and round. Egan, another well-managed race. Super impressed by Anderson. Kisley looking awesome at the front. Kisley, Egan, Barrios. Barrios has made her way through this group really nicely. A little bit out of it on the first lap. Portage well on the first portage. Second away this time. And it just all looks a lot more painful further back. That's Garrow there. She took that swim. And that's a real shame because she was mixing it with the big guns there. Feel for her a bit. Still a chance, I guess, of fastest 8th. Giraldo from Italy. Boinard from France. And Helska, Czech. So the group's broken up at the front. Down to 3. I think we'll see these 3 a lot during the weekend. See them in the final of this, and the K1 race is going to feature all 3 of these, the long one. There you go, Kisley, Egan, Barrios, Hartley, Anderson, Broughton, Pichetti and Clark. So Pichetti closing down on the top 6, but both Pichetti and Clark will qualify, no doubt, in that top 8 fastest times. Top 6 qualified by Wright, they're in the clear, no rush there. Pichetti hauls Reese Clark back to the second group. And an easy day out for these 3. So as they come down to the finish, Kisley looking every bit a potential winner of this. Egan used the same method she's used in this one as she used at the 5K in Copenhagen. Just track the leader, track the potential winner all the way round, defend your position, and just comfort and good management. Barrios also tougher time on the first lap, didn't panic, good first portage, put her back in contention, good second portage, got her clear, and those ahead there and qualified.
And a much tougher race in the second group, where one of these four is not among the top 6. But I think the race this heat is much faster. So, and it's Hartley, it's Anderson, it's Fakete, and it's Lizzie Broughton in this group. I think all of them will qualify, actually.
They'll all qualify comfortably, and Sam Rees-Clark after that also, and then Betzer from South Africa. I think we'll see all of those.
Yeah.
I hope we'll see this girl in the final. She was the swimmer, but that's a bit of a big ask. But she was doing so well on that first lap.
Yeah. Yeah, this was an intense heat, where I think we'll have at least 8, maybe more, from this heat coming into the final. And we saw also some breakthrough. Melina Andersson from Sweden. She did very well, not in the Europeans, but in the World Cup previously this year in Paris, where she had medals. And now she showed that wasn't a coincidence.
Can anyone match Kisley on that?
Hard to believe that. She looked tremendously strong, having done well at the Hungarian selection races as well this year.
So from what we've seen, the ones that can match her, you got Barrios, you've got Egan, maybe Rask.
Yeah.
Sikali potentially as well. So what we got? We've got about 8 girls for 3 medals, I would say.
Yeah.
And that's the way you need it to be.
Absolutely.
Be a fantastic final.
And that final is today at 16:25. What do you think, Ivan? Is it a pressure for them to do 2 such races in one day?
I think for the ones that are going to qualify and be in the hunt for the medals, I think a 15-minute race at 80-90% is probably just a warm-up, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think it's good to have those heats. I think you get a good view as to who's capable of doing what and where people are. So it is sort of a fact-finding mission, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just get a view on who to be with, who to avoid. Yeah, you can be sure that the Argentinian won't be getting out on the portage next to whoever knocked her in for a second time.
Look at this. How Kisley avoid to get stuck into any boys. She's leaving enough room for anyone to pass on the inner side. That's a paddler that with confidence.
Yeah, she looks every bit the winner in that. But it doesn't take much of a mistake in that, Stefan. It's going to be crowded coming into the first portage in the final. You only need somebody to clip the back of your boat or clip your paddles, and things change very, very quickly.
And to avoid that, a very good way is to be in front, of course, like Kisley tried to do.
She does, yeah. So there's your results. So 17 minutes and 1 second for the first of the fastest 8. So Tiraldo there of Italy was the 8th fastest loser in that one and did just crept under 19 minutes. So somewhere up there there'll be results. We'll try and work that out for you before or as we come back for the senior men's heats at 11:45 in about 10 minutes. So there's the list for the first heat of the men's K1 short course. Big name, obviously near the top there, Mads Pedersen. Clinton Cook, come here just for this. Quentin Urban, another big name. Palfler down the bottom. That list, Nikolai Winter, Adrian Boros, Jacob Adam. There's going to be some tight racing in this. Jacob Adam there, 107. Very experienced racer. Going to need a lot of that experience today.
And looking at the times from the women heats, it looks like everyone except Camila Toraldo from the second heat is in the final, and only the seventh best time, the seventh position from the first heat also join the 8 best times and goes to the final. So as you said, Ivan, it was a much faster heat, the second one.
Yeah, that happens, doesn't it, with random draws?
Sure.
And you have to live with that. But if you're in that first heat and you know it's the slowest one, you do need to press on. If you're not going to be in the top 6, and you've got to see that coming as well. Yeah. So yeah, it's about the race management, isn't it? Really,
it is.
So, as they line up, Mads Pedersen there is going to be there or thereabouts. He's had a good year, had a good 5K at the sprints. Adrian Boros 4 up from the bottom. Also, well, his race management sometimes in the early stages is questionable, isn't it, Stefan? He gets so far behind.
Yeah, as he once told me, he needed to learn to warm up a bit.
Rather than do it on the first 3 laps. But he's away well at the start there, as was Winter from Denmark. So Boros making his way across to Winter. Winter's going to lead it. It's a great little ride for the Irish O'Brien, if he can stick with it. But he hasn't. That's unfortunate for him. There is your ride to the front. Winter is, well...
Yeah,
he's surely not going to paddle away from everyone right from the start, is he?
Usually a good,
very strong.
A good sprinter. Yeah.
Boros, the green shorts just above him in picture. Paufler just above him. The red shirt there was Chervov from Russia. He was coming across to that group as well in the last shot we saw. So there you go. That's 2 away. That's Winter and Boros. So all our criticism of Boros was unfounded, Stefan. He's up there.
Absolutely, yeah.
Chervov there, and Pedersen comes across now to his teammate. And Pedersen leads from Winter. Chervov in the V, but he hasn't got a Scooby-Doo what he's doing. He's causing all sorts of problems. There's somebody who shouldn't really... So no, sorry, it's my mistake. That's Johnson. Not
it's Johnson, yeah.
Yeah. And he had a superb 5K as well. I think he was 8th in the 5K last week and did a fantastic job. So he's hit the front. So I'd assume
Pedersen managed, but he managed to get in the diamond wash there, so he's very well positioned as well. I think he likes that.
He was lucky because the Russian sort of took out the whole left side of that group as he went across, fueled by pure incompetence. He absolutely butchered the group. So Johnson leads from Urban, Pedersen, Paufler, Boros, Gary Kachia, Cook, and Martin from Spain. So superb from Johnson. He's training with a great group. They've all got together, all from different clubs. Johnson's Chelmsford originally, but he's up at Nottingham training with a great group of guys. It's been a progressive group. They've had some fun, worked together, and it clearly shows in this and his result a couple of weeks back. He's going to be racing K2 in the long course later this weekend. So France in the black boat, Denmark in the 2 white long sleeve shirts, and Johnson in the red and white boat. Superb. World champions Cyril Carre, we'll see him racing later in the weekend as well. I think he's in K2. And just off the back there, Halfler hanging on, Boros hanging on, Garacachia. Then from Spain, I think it's Martin. That's 5. 5 in that front group. Garacachia joins it now on the far side, coming all the way round in some sort of impressive fashion as well. He's not hanging about. Didn't make it to the front of Winter, and so Pedersen keeps his V and can relax. He would have had a little look as Garacachia came up the right just to make sure that his position was safe. But Johnson leads. As they come towards the bottom turn and that first portage. O'Brien in the pink boat. New Zealand Lace in that group also. But here's the front group. Johnson round. Urban on his left. Winter on his right, Pedersen tucked nicely in the back, just moving out to the left of Urban now to get to the portage on the left-hand side of the landing stage. Johnson out well, but left his boat behind Urban. Better of the portages, Winter and Pedersen. All 4 leave together though, they're safe. Garacachia just behind them. Falkner just behind him, Martin from Spain just at the back of that group. Argentinian running well, Johnson cuts him off on the right hand side. So Denmark and Denmark, very well organised. France with Urban and Johnson from Great Britain. They're the first 4. Garacachia at the back of this line of 4, he's going to run right to the end if he can, but good decision from him. Just missed. Away you go, the first 4, they're all clean and they'll be the group. Breaks away, Garacachia just behind them, might make it to the back of that, but the gap is 2 or 3 lengths. Cox from Belgium running through there. Cox and Coombs both from Belgium. On 11 from Poland, Siwiek in the red boat. And there, Nate's just the last one on the left, getting in, but the front group of 4 away and now clear.
And Boris is not with them. Boris is interesting. One of the big names. But it is actually 2 years since we saw him, so.
Yeah, and a lot can happen in that 2 years. I'm sure people have had very different experiences during lockdowns and the rest of it. Motivation changes a lot, doesn't it, in those sort of periods? You know, we've got athletes here in our team who wouldn't have been here if it wasn't for lockdown and the the opportunity that presented to them. So Boros is leading that third group, just outside the top 6. I'm sure on time will be okay. Pedersen, Winter, Urban and Johnson looking very good. Paufler and Garachia just behind them. They're going to qualify in the automatic positions as it stands. Then you got Martin, Cook and Boros as those 3 at the back. And they need to be pressing on now, Stefan.
Yeah.
They should work together and decide that of those 3, they're going to make the top 8 fastest times. These 4 away and clear. Urban takes the lead. Pedersen into the V again. Seems very comfortable. And then the tail enders. You can see from Pedersen in the V there, when the pressure's off, you notice the hands are really low, shoulders low. He's in no rush there at all, no stress. Garachia again, same place as last lap, comes around the outside. If you're going to go around the outside, you've got to finish that job. You can't just go to that side and then stay there, because the same will happen to you lap after lap. Paufler from Germany, also back in contact. So those big catch-ups are expensive, and if you're going to do it, you've got to end up somewhere that was better than where you started. Paufler got the best of those 2 catch-up positions on the inside of the bend. Jacob Adam in the back of this group with Boros, Cook and Martin. Urban leads. Pace on the inside for Winter. Garachia on the outside. Paufler just somewhere out of shot. There's the bow of his boat. Urban round. It's that last buoy. That buoy there is so tight. Doesn't seem like an even curve. Winter goes left. No, he doesn't. Comes right with Urban. Only Pedersen goes left with Paufler. Garachia at the back of the group. That's the trouble with being on the outside of the bend. Slow, Johnson getting his boat out. Gives Paufler the opportunity to break into the top 4. Johnson running hard, trying to get past Winter. And it's going to be worth his while if he can do it. Pedersen looking awesome at the front there, running really well with his boat. So it's going to be Pedersen from Urban. Johnson's overtaken Winter, saves his place in the top 4. It's going to get away well. Should go with Urban. Winter's quite slow out. Paufler gets away with him. Garachia at the back. Questionable short choice there from Jacob Adam. Russian Imred, who did so much damage when he came careering across the back of that group when he had the V early days. Cook and Boros away. Martin following them. Adam, a bit slow on his portage, has got ground to make up. Winter now struggling at the back of the group of 4. He's going to have to come round that whole left side around Johnson and onto Pedersen if he wants to get comfortable again. Urban looking really good. Tail enders coming through the portage. From India there, Shokeen. Don't see many competitors from India. Fair play to him. He won't have had this sort of experience of racing groups and stuff. This will be a bit of an eye-opener. And first stage of a journey, hopefully through the field over the years for India. Lead group, Pedersen, Johnson, tidily on his back. Urban looking very, very good to the right there. Johnson safe. Winter struggling. Halfler going round the outside. He's going to get a comfortable position after this turn. Johnson will come up the left, maybe, of Pedersen. Halfler into the V. Here comes Johnson up the left. Halfler straight in with him. Gets a lift into the V, and it's going to be Winter in 5th place, who doesn't stay in contact with that group, I think, to the finish, which is where we're going right now. Yep, there's the breakup in the group. Canoe-Kayak. Too much work to go nowhere those first 2 laps. Winter, a lot of bluster, has a little look behind him. He needs to keep top 6. But that's top 6. They're all qualifiers in shot as things stand. Pedersen looking very well organised. Urban looking good. The surprise to these guys will be Johnson, and he has managed his race beautifully. A little slow out of the boats on the portage, but runs well and got in cleanly every time, easily back in contention with the group. Really excited about that for the final. Ireland, Belgium, just coming out the top turn as the big guns make their way towards the finish. So a little bit of a contest for that 6th place coming up with Boros and Canoe-Kayak, but the front 4 are clear. Winter's clear between them. Boros is going to get the 6th place by right, and Canoe-Kayak will, I'm sure, get one of the fastest qualifiers. So front group really well organised. Boros comes through to take 6th place just behind Winter in 5th. Canoe-Kayak has to wait and see. And then it's Martin and Adam just behind Cook of South Africa. And will they all get in? It's going to be tight, I think. But I think that was the fastest of the 2.
Yeah.
But we've got some big names also in the... Actually, no, I think they look pretty even. I'm just marking up my paper for Heat 2, and it looks pretty impressive in there also.
It does. It was an impressive last lap from Boros. He picked, actually, he was more than 20 seconds behind when that lap started, and he was only 10 seconds behind when it finished. So he really set up the speed at the last lap to ensure the 6th position.
Why does he make it so hard for himself, though, Stefan?
Yeah, it's strange. He's that kind of peddler. He does what it takes just to, and not more.
So 111 potentially coming past. That's Siviek just catching. No, just failed to catch on the line. New Zealand's Lace. 103 from Chile is a Concha. And our sources, Stefan, tell us the Indian guy is training in Hungary.
Okay.
Motivated to get better. There's probably not anywhere better to go if you want to get better, especially in these sort of races. And fair play to him. They're not going to be easy training groups out there, that's for sure. But it's a learning curve, and he's probably on the steep bit right now. 96, Kenatsi.
And Yamaguchi from Japan.
Ce-mi trece de aici, o. Ce știu cum e, ba nu tu, ba nu tu. Asta e mai interesant decât toată cursa, mă.
So Stefan, from that first heat, I think big names came to the top, but with those big names also, now you've got Dan Johnson from Great Britain.
Yes.
He was up there. He did in that race what your Swedish girl did in the previous race, Anderson. They
it's really good to have
step up. Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, it's really good that we have some new names coming in. We expected that, actually. It's 2 years since we saw them, and there is a few changes and a few new stars rising.
So second heat, we've got some big names again. We've got Romalo from Portugal. We've got Candy, who was second 2 years ago in this race. We've got Balboa, who was third in this race also 2 years ago. Vold from Norway. We got the second of the Powerfluers. We've got Christian Mate. We've got Kenny Rice from South Africa, more known for his surf ski than his flat water, but he's been in the marathons as well. He's done really well. And that's we've got Alonso from Spain. I missed him on my list, so this is a tough one as well.
It is.
We're missing. You said we were missing Lindbergh through sickness, which is a shame because he's had a great year, hasn't he? He's been good.
I think so. We'll see.
The second of the great British athletes, Russell. They train together, the two guys, along with the rest of quite a lot of the team here from that one training group, training currently at Nottingham Kayak Club. So last race before a lunch break. Second of the senior heats. We've got 3 of the first 4 from last year's World Championships going in this next heat. Lindbergh was 5th, so we got four out of the top 5 from last year's World Championships. In fact, in this one, Alpha was 8th last year as well. Romalo 9th. So yeah, we got a lot of the top 10 in this one from last year's World Championships, and you saw the quality in the first one. So the final of this race is going to be massive.
Indeed, and it will be interesting to see Ivan Alonso, how he will do in the short races. He has been along for quite many years now.
He seems to be a little bit off the boil, Stefan, over the last couple of years, and 2 years on from when we last saw him. And I don't know, he's in the team, and it can't be easy making the Spanish team. So
exactly,
it's he's got to be pretty good.
We are getting ready for the 6th race of today. K1 men short race, heat, the second heat, 3.400 kilometers.
Pe o distanță de 3,4 km, iată, Africa de Sud, Kenneth Rice.
From South Africa, Kenneth Rice. From Moldova, Daniel Bascov.
Moldova, Daniel Bascov.
From Hungary, Christian Matev.
Ungaria, Cristian Matie.
From Ukraine, Valery Ryabov.
Ucraina, Valery Raivov.
Sweden, Joachim Lindberg.
Suedia, Joachim Lindberg.
Italy, Marco Borgatti.
Italia, Marco Borgotti.
Germany, Nico Poplar.
Germania, Nico Poplar.
Great Britain, James Russell.
Marea Britanie, James Russell.
Japan, Akito Kawahiri.
Japonia, Akito Koyari.
Slovakia, Daniel Roganski.
Slovacia, Daniel Rybanski.
Spain, Ivan Alonso.
Spania, Ivan Alonso.
France, Germany, Candy.
Franța, Jeremy Candy.
Romania, Constantin Mironescu.
România, Constantin Mironescu.
Uruguay, Luis Duarte.
Uruguay, Luis Duarte.
Portugal, Jose Ramalho.
Portugalia, Jose Ramalho.
Argentina, Franco Balboa.
Argentina, Franco Balboa.
Ukraine, Alexander Kemestrenko.
Ucraina, Alexandru Chermitenko.
Russian Canoe Federation, Vladimir Popov.
Federația Rusiei.
So up goes the start list, and it's big names all the way through. Kenny Rice from South Africa, Christian Mate,
Netherlands, Albert
Joachim Lindbergh, Nico Paufler.
Czech Republic, Filip Jahoda.
I'm going to add James Russell into that after the success in the last heat from Great Britain. Ivan Alonso, Jeremy Candy. There's everywhere down there. We've got big names. We move on to the next sheet. We'll have Romalo, Balboa, Volt, there, Popov, another Russian. We saw how fast the Russian was in the first heat, and then we saw how disruptive he was when he had to mix it in the backwashes. But people like Popov, you always have to see, or once you've seen that once, you have to see those people as a danger. And in these sort of races, you just stay well clear that. I've got nearly half my sheet highlighted, Stefan, in this as potentials.
Yeah,
it's always a good sign.
Exactly, it is very unpredictable, this heat. It was a little bit easier to predict the other one because Mats Brandt Petersen were there and Quentin Urban and these guys, but this one, so many good guys.
That's Vold from Norway there. Yeah, they've got speed, those guys, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
They've won these short course races before, and so he is going to be up there. 1, 2, 3, Borgotti just above him in the shot. 1:30, that's Candy, silver medalist 2 years ago in this event. .136 in the red shirt, Popov. And after heat 1, that is a red shirt for danger. Kenny Rice, James Russell top right in the screen, Palfler in the black boat with the green tip. So nervous times for these guys. Stakes will be costly in this, and you need to stay out of trouble. So Candy and Alonso lining up side by side. The Romanian Mironescu in the blue boat next to them. White boat with the red and blue stripes around the bow is Vold from Norway. Big player in this one, I suspect. From Holland, great name for a short track racer, Flyer. Let's see what he comes up with. Christian Mate in the red boat, 3 boats from the top, another big player. James Russell, the boat sort of third of the way down, top of the screen, white boat with blue stripes around it. All lined up, ready to go. Away they go. It's going to be hard. It's going to take a long time for a break to show in this. Got Romania in the middle in the blue boat. Romalo in the black boat. Vold close to us. Candy in the red boat. So here goes Vold. Homing in on him to start with. Popov just to his left, black cap. Falling into the back now. So made their way across to the far side, and maybe we're looking at, it's very hard to tell from here. So third from the right on the screen is Christian Mate. You expect him to be up there at some stage. Rice to his left in the green, staying out away from trouble. Mate comes across. Luckily we got people jogging. Palfler in the back of the group there. Alonso in number 600. Russell doing well on the front V. Awesome job from him. Round the outside goes Lindbergh. Romalo leads. Vold. In comes Balboa. Always massively aggressive. It's going to be tight getting into there. Vold manages that well, slips into the V. Balboa on the right. Alonso going around the left-hand side now with that grey boat with the red and yellow. Up comes Lindbergh. So Romalo hits the turn first. You know he's going to be well managed on his portage if he gets round to that. So cuts them in close. Lots of collisions behind. Bold suffers a little bit there. James Russell round the outside, smooth. Coming round, he can get all the way to the leader, perhaps, because that's Balboa. He's had to get round. That's a tough one. He's going for it, though. He's a brave man to take on Balboa on a side-by-side. Lindbergh stays up there. Bold in the back. So, still Romalo, Balboa, Lindbergh, Bold, Russell. Kenny Rice coming up in the green boat. Somebody to the right, a shot in a white boat. Not sure who that is just yet. Still not sure who it is. Can't quite see the number on my screen.
Ramalho, Lindbergh, Vold, Poffler, Borgotti.
Borgotti, that's going to be the one. So the Italian Borgotti in the black deck boat with the white hull. Through goes Lindbergh. Romalo holds him off. Balboa covers Romalo. Lindbergh drops in just behind, just before the turn. Around comes Borgotti. Big move from him. Big move from him.
And Rice is going well into the V as well now.
Marlowe looking controlled. Safe at the front. Balboa to his right. Races extremely well. I do like the basic tactics he uses. His aggression potentially upsets quite a few people, though. A big group coming round. Russell safe on the outside. Like to make up one place on the portage if he can. It's opening up for him now. He's in that top four. Romalo runs so well. Portage is really tidily. He goes left of landing stage. Balboa goes right, takes Russell with him. Borgotti follows Romalo in. Lindbergh coming right round the outside of Russell. He's going to get in. Russell just loses boat as he gets out. It's going to be costly. The others are going to get a fair distance on him. You need to hold onto that boat. You've got to be with it. Lindbergh third. Alonso, Russell's recovered really well. Alonso comes through. That's an experienced racer right there. Borgotti on the left of shot. But Romalo, Balboa, tidy, clean and comfortable. Balboa to the right, Romalo to the left. These two guys are going to feature heavily all weekend. Alonso, superb. Where did he come from? Russell in his boat and away. Lindbergh away. That's the top five. There's not going to be space for one of those in that group. And it looks like it's going to be Russell who picks up the pieces. Alonso will duck into the back, hoping Lindbergh goes around the outside. Lindbergh's not... Oh, it's gone.
Alonso was actually hiding a little bit behind the top group, but did a wonderful portage. Just a great one.
Super.
Using all his experiences, and now he's there again.
So Russell getting the best of that. Bit shaky getting out of his boat, but I think Alonso will be happy for Lindbergh to cut him into the V, which leaves Russell out at the back again. Alonso won't have any problem. Russell's going to try and go round Romalo. I don't think Romalo will have that. Romalo likes to be safe and he likes to be clean at the front. It's when you pick on someone, you have to know their history and you have to know what their mindset is.
What's Alonso now?
But That has, yeah, and as soon as it settles, drops back.
Alonso controlled this from behind, actually. He forced Balboa to go in front. Really well
That's
done.
the experience. James Russell just came up a bit short on tactical experience there, not knowing really. To be fair, did he have any choice? He had to do something.
Oh, yeah.
But Romano, you know, he likes to be tidy at the front. He doesn't mind being. He doesn't mind working. But now Russell can get through on his left and be on the front, and it's fallen well for him. Still, Alonso stays in the V. It's Lindbergh again who has to go round Balboa. Balboa likes being in the V, so he might take that. He has, and that leaves Alonso. And there goes Russell. Alonso, fantastic news for him. He's loving that. He saw the second wash looming, and then it changed to the first wash when Russell took over. Balboa, where he always loves to be, and it's Lindbergh who's got work to do on the outside of the group. Romano holds off Lindbergh.
It's nice to have Lindbergh up here again. He has suffered from all kind of problems during the 2 years of lockdown, but managed to come back in a very good shape, as it seems.
Russell ducking into the V. Superb. And it's Alonso now. Just picking up what's left. He'll be measuring out the distance now already to the next portage. Second group being led, I think, by Paufler and Mate. Lindbergh fifth in this race 2 years ago in the final. And he's clearly going to be getting in that final again. So Borgotti, it seems, suffered on that portage in this lap. Did so well to get up there. Maybe just worked too hard, couldn't control his portage after that. James Russell up there mixing it with the big guns. Kenny Rice fighting it to hold in that top six. So Lindbergh leads from Romano, from Balboa, from Alonso and Russell. Paufler and Rice behind them, then Mate, Bold and a couple of others behind them. Lindbergh goes right, Romano goes left. Alonso follows Lindbergh. Sorry, Balboa follows Lindbergh. Alonso comes up far, quick out of his boat, quick up and away, nicely done. Lindbergh, superb again. Balboa, fourth, Russell fifth. Di Romano just changed his position on that run to track on the inside. All four, all five really safe. Alonso looking super smooth on his portaging.
Yeah, very.
See Balboa very tightly into his boat. He's going to be away second. He'll get to Alonso. Alonso's making a bit of an effort to break the group up. James Russell's the one who's just lost that contact by 2 or 3 lengths, and that's a long journey back from there. It should slow down, I think, once they get to that top turn. They only need to be top 6. Paufler's the 6th of those top 6 at the moment. Mate behind him in the red boat. So I would say, Stefan, that Alonso's come back better after his 2 years. He wasn't this sharp 2 years ago.
Exactly. Yeah. He looks controlled, but also eager. High ambition there from Alonso.
And I think it's that eagerness and ambition that he didn't have 2 years ago, Stefan. He was glad just to be around the groups 2 years ago.
Yes.
Well, he's obviously been world champion in his time. He's no slouch, but he just seemed to have lost that edge, didn't he? He was always just grateful to be there, it seemed. Now he's pushing it.
He's back, He's back, definitely. That's the Alonso we are used to see.
Balboa, Lindbergh and Romalo all very relaxed on the back of that ticket to the final. James Russell on his own, just ahead of Alfla and Mate, I think, there. So these four mostly up at the front four for the whole race. Alonso trailed the first group coming into the portage for the first time, but superbly managed portage got him in contention and safe in that group. There goes Balboa having a little pop, see if he can get past him. This is sort of a test. See who's who, see who's got what. Balboa laying the law down a little bit. No one really cares by the look of it. Except Balboa, obviously. He's just seeing what the others have got. Pretty much no response from Lindbergh or Romalo, who are content just to paddle across the line. Balboa looking strong. Alonso looking like a changed man.
Absolutely.
Lindbergh happy with his day out. Then Romalo.
It should be.
And it should be James Russell next. Oh. No, I'm not going to say what I thought I just saw, Stefan.
Yeah.
Let's Slovakia, Rybanski.
Rice.
Rice has already gone across, and I think that's with Mate.
Yeah.
Then Bold is coming across now. A bit disappointing from him, potentially there. Thought he could have done better. Then Borgotti all the way back here now after that. You know, super impressive on that first lap. Obviously just spent a little bit too much. Popov from Russia in the red shirt there, just finished. And Flyer from the Netherlands. Lunge for the line, always looks good. And from Czech, that's Yehoda. So they'll have these in the wait and see area. Mironescu, I think, unlikely to get a top 8. Japan, Koyari. And Yoda across the line now. Koyari across the line. Basil from Moldova. Very easy to see on the colours with boats with two colours, Stefan, which way the boat leans when you paddle. And see, this one's not going the right way. Leaning left when you paddle on the right.
Yeah.
A good sign that something in that connection is missing. That's a coach's job to sort that one out. There's a lot of improvement to be had there if he can get that organised. Alonso taking his boat for weigh-in. Telly's pretty pleased with himself. Quick recap. Well, that's it for the morning then, guys. So with that little highlights reel, we will leave you for lunch. Go and have some lunch, and we will be back for the C1w&m Juniors.
Yeah, at 14:20 local time.
There's your results. Balboa, Alonso, Lindbergh, Romalo, Paufler and Russell. They're the top six.
And the seventh time in the previous heat was 14:53. So I think that was a little bit more rapid.
It'll be interesting to see who makes it. Candy was the surprise there. He didn't show too much. He was the red boat. I thought I was getting him mixed up with Mate. They both had a red boat, but they'll both qualify as fastest losers, I think. So we'll leave you. Come back after lunch. See you later. Cheers, guys.
poco para recuperar los 2-3 minutos. ¿Cuál es la idea? Vamos si queréis, todos en foto. Pero no me sé. Un minuto, ¿no? Casi a lo mismo. Ah, vale, vale. Ah, claro, pero esto... Vamos, que ha sido casi lo mismo. Un minuto y medio y lo que pasó. Pero hubiera estado... the other containers in case we need to race pace? Race pace was down a bit. Sorry, sir? Race pace was down a bit. Yeah. So I'm saying in case situation, you know. Probably the same. Yeah.
Yes. Do you hear me?
Yep, I'm in.
Paddling in the pool of water at the other boats. You must always just look at the space in front of you. That's Kisley laying down the law. Here comes Kova. It's Kova, he's taking Campos on. Stroke by stroke, he's going past him. And he's gone past him like he's standing still.
What a race! What a race!
God, be calm, get in! Be calm, be calm, be calm! The Hungarians are away!
The South Africans are away! Side by side!
But it's Hungary! Hungary take the initiative!
Wow!
Oh,
what a race! What a race!
I cannot believe that!
Oh.
That's just a mass of quality paddling. You see collision in the background.
World champ.
Look at that.
From
That's going to
Czech
be
Republic.
That's going to be tears. It's going to be laughing. She can't believe it.
She's so happy.
Egan is going to get squeezed out. That is dangerously close to the edge.
It is McGregor! It is McGregor! No one has given up. Boros is hanging on. Alonso is hanging on. Gold medalist Hank McGregor, South Africa!
we are back for the afternoon session. Hope you had a good lunch. I'm still eating mine, so you might hear some chewing in the background. But we had a great morning this morning, and we should be here now for the junior men's C1 is our first race, and then the finals of the short course races we saw this morning.
Yes, and this morning, it is lunchtime. We will only have one race at the course at the same time, and that is the C1w&m juniors paddling 19 kilometers and are in excellent conditions here in Romania.
Then once we've done the juniors, we'll be back on for the short courses. So it's another exciting afternoon. I've been watching back some of the portages, Stefan, from this morning, and there's definitely some teaching to be had from those. So it's even if you're not watching it live, there's a lot to be got from this.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a lot of paddlers and a full start lines on the short distances, so it becomes quite intense. Here's what we will experience now. C1w&m juniors, it's no rudder on the boat, and they are steering with their paddle, but it's excellent conditions here, and it's not that many athletes, so it will be good racing, I think. Really good.
Yeah, we got a full field. I don't know if you can hear me over the engine noise, but there's the course. First lap, round the boys, no portage on the first lap. Subsequent laps, you have a portage. That'll be shown at the end of this red lap. So round the course for the second time, over the portage, and then into however many of those red laps you need, depending on class. The final green lap to the finish, and that's your long course. Short courses we'll see this afternoon. Yeah, different graphic for those. There's a view up the course. Here's the short courses now. First lap, up and round the boys. Straight back to the finish. On this lap, you have a portage straight away. And it's basically one more of those. Round the lap, over the portage, and then one short lap in green to finish. Very straightforward and very busy, especially for the finals this afternoon. So there's the start list for the junior men's. Not familiar with many of them. I do know that George Bell trains with Andy Train up at Fladbury, and a lot of people who know marathon racing will know Andy Train from the old days. Hard to ignore a Hungarian in the junior field, so Levanti Puskás there, definitely one to look out for, as is Peter Solstes. But to be fair, I'm guessing. So 154 there. Ukraine, Semeniuk. 158, also from Ukraine, Kovria. And somebody's keen to get away, lining up early. .153, Hungary, Zolteth. Very impressive draw stroking from that fella. It's hard enough staying upright in one of these, let alone doing the fancy stuff. So Portugal on the line there. Souza, he's first to line up. I've got 17 boats listed in this one. Spain in the foreground, 155, Jalba. And 147 Gomez, 156 there, Pushkash. Slowly they're all making their way onto the pontoon. So there's your start list. Argentinians up the top, then Bulgaria, Italy, Poland, Spain, Great Britain.
Please come to the awarding ceremony.
On here again.
From South Africa, Julia
Gade,
Renia from Hungary,
Dolpez,
and
Semenik,
Tana Horvat from
Jalba,
Hungary.
Pushkash, Souza, Kovria, and Kostash at the bottom there from Romania. Everyone's settled on the line. We're looking good to go. Away they go. Everyone away cleanly. No one really broke. So we're looking at Spain towards the middle there. Maybe Grijalba. Those front four. Kovria in the red and black boat, second up from the bottom. Two Ukrainians there. Could be Semenik. Italian Far right of the picture there. K1w. And in the blue boat, looking extremely smooth. So the Argentinian, top of your shot there. Not sure I've seen an Argentinian C1 paddler before the marathon, so another first there. Slowly the numbers build. Cross come Hungarian. Give you name checks as soon as we can. Hungary in the white boat, white headband. Ukraine, Kovria in the red deck boat with a black hull. Here goes the Italian. Italy, Ukraine, Hungary make up the first three.
Boss, unde stau aici sus sau mă duc acolo jos? Jos? Hai că o să încerc de jos și o să stau dacă e pe parte, așa. În camera 3.
So Hungary, Soltes is first. From Nitu, from Pontecorvo, sorry, and then Souza in fourth place. Those first three are away. Italian just struggling to stay on terms. The Romanian confused me in the early stages by wearing Ukrainian colours. I'll get used to it through the weekend. Those two both struggling, the Romanian and the Italian. Hungarian going straight up the course, the others deviate somewhat. Puskás in the red hat, up on terms with Portuguese Souza. That second group with Puskás, Souza. We've got ourselves, is that a swimmer back there? It's Kovria, is a swimmer. He was with that second group. First group reforms. So our lead three still struggling to stay together as a group. We've got Zoltez, Nitu and Pontecorvo. Pontecorvo going out to the left there on the far right of your shot. You've got the Hungarian Puskás, who is struggling in their group also to keep that together. He was with Souza. Give out the medals for the junior women this morning. Great result for the South African. Really impressive, but not quite strong enough to beat the two Hungarians. So Hockley third, Brzezinski second. And Horvath, the winner. So that's your first taste of the Hungarian national anthem. Probably get a bit more of that later, but what's unfolded in the Junior C1 is that Zoltez is away and clear. Behind him, Nitu and Pontecorvo from Romania and Italy, respectively, are side by side. And then behind them, sorry, back to the presentation. So there goes Zoltez. Nitu in the yellow and blue shirt, and Pontecorvo to his right, and in the reddy pinky hat just behind them is Puskás from Hungary. So currently it stands Hungary, Romania, Italy, Hungary, then Portugal with Souza with the drinks bag thing on the front of his chest. And behind him, Spain, and not sure, Spain and somebody. But the gaps are opening up in that field. Zoltez clearly in a class of his own. And Puskás coming back on terms for that fight for silver and bronze, but nobody's going to get near this guy.
Now we start the medal ceremony for the C1w&m Junior Standard Distance. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony of the C1w&m Junior Standard Distance will begin.
So with the ceremonies over, we're back to the excitement of the junior men's C1 long course. Broken away comfortably is this guy, Zoltez 158 Kovria. He's currently back in 15th position, having taken a swim. But the gap between first and the rest is widening by the stroke, pretty much. That gap is back to Pontecorvo from Italy, who is with the second Hungarian, Puskás. Souza from Portugal in 4th, Nitu, Romania 5th, Jadek from Poland 6th, Grijalba, Spain 7, Gomez, Spain 8, Ayala, Argentina 9, Chilingirov from Bulgaria 10. That's your top 10. No portage on this lap, so just more of the same as Zoltez gradually extends his lead. Well, not even gradually, is it really? Kind of relentlessly. Having a little look over. It's 3 in that chase pack. That's Puskás, Souza and Nitu. From 4-7 there, Gomez from Spain. So it's the Italian from the Hungarian, and it's in fact Souza who's the third one there. So Italy, Hungary and Portugal. On 4-3, Chilingirov from Bulgaria in 10th place as it stands. Zoltez leads Pontecorvo, leads Puskás, leads Souza, Jadek from Poland, Grijalba from Spain. And then Nitu, who is falling back through the pack pretty rapidly now. Being hunted down by Gomez, who's a fair distance behind him. So the relentless march goes on. Zoltez from Hungary, miles ahead. Italian, Pontecorvo and Puskás are the next two. Then we fall back to the group of three. Jadek, Souza and Grijalba. It's like this fella's in a different race. So a little bit more interesting once we got 5 people in the shot. So it's still Italy, Hungary, those chase 2, then Portugal, Poland and Spain in group 3. Beautiful flat course. Obviously buoyed out to be a regatta course with a facility at the far end. The landmass to your right is an island and the water continues around the other side there. Main part of the river, I guess. But this part sheltered. There's the Italian and the Hungarian. The idea of them catching up the winner has long since evaporated. And these two are on a mission for silver and bronze. To do that, they have to hold off the group behind, which isn't too far behind now, which is Jadek, Souza and Grijalba. It's going to be a tough one to try and make this sound like an exciting finish, that's for sure. So going through the list, Soltes we can see Pontecorvo and Puskás just behind Jadek, Souza and Grijalba in the group of 3 behind that. Then you have Nitu and Gomez from Spain, Ayala from Argentina, Chilingirov from Bulgaria, Kostash from Romania, Bell from Great Britain, Buteri from Argentina, Chisholm from Great Britain, and then the 2 Ukrainians, Kovria and Semeniuk in 15th place. Semeniuk hasn't got a position on the graphic, so perhaps he's stopped already, or perhaps there's just part something's not working there, but currently got 15 competitors still out there, but I don't know, calling them competitors might be a bit strong at this stage. There's not a lot of competition for Zoltes out the front here. Might have to reach for a cup of tea on this one. So Zoltes right up by the turn already. Italian and Hungarian behind him. The interesting group, the 3rd one there. Zadek from Poland, Grijalba and Nitu from Romania. Soltes goes round the turn 25 minutes into this race. 25 for him. Well, I guess they're all 25 in, aren't they? Just cover different distances. He's eating up the distance with each pull, getting further and further ahead. And that's how long it is. Second graphic, second name hasn't even come up on the graphic yet. Huge difference in speeds. Pushkas second, almost a minute down. Pontecorvo, another, well, with him basically. They're travelling around together, and the chase group of 3 isn't that far behind. So race beginning to unfold a little bit further back. Front, been gone, seen it and done it. And that's pretty much the racing view there. Beyond these guys, the others are really not really cutting it. So Grijalba, Jadek and Souza, the 3 at the back. A little bit of stress for the Italian as he ducks around the back of the Hungarian boat to Washang, presumably on his favoured side. You can see the slightly windier section at the end there. That's in the bulbous part at the end of the course before they come into the shelter of the island. Looks like not much more than a training paddle for this fella. Pushkas and Pontecorvo still trying to stay ahead of that chase group of 3 behind them. That is that chase pack of 3. Grijalba leads from Jadek, from Souza. Souza making a bit of a move, getting to the front of that group. And he looks like he's the one who's motivated to close down those 2 in front. There's medals just dangling there. If they just close that distance, not a gold medal though. This fella's got it. So that gap now opened up. It's got to be at least a minute now between those, between first and that second and third. Zolter's heading in towards the bottom turn and his first portage of 4. Italy and Hungary still the chase pair. $17 minutes for the first lap. Fourth, fifth and sixth place in this group. Second and third place in this group. Someone needs to put the kettle on for this guy on his next lap. Running well. Little chat with his coach on the way through there. He's not just running well, he's running hard. He's got a bus to catch. He's got to get home early. And away he goes. So that's 1 portage down, 3 to go. In comes the Italian, nicely out of his boat. Hungarian just behind him. Italian up and running. Hungarian shortening the run somewhat. Italy, Hungary. It's not looking like a comfortable run for the Hungarian. Pushkash there. Not really found his legs for this one. And the group behind, I think, will close down just a little on the run. Zadek going through the drinks lane. Rajalba running alongside, and the Portuguese, Sousa well off the pace there really. 20-30 metres back. So his chance of podium finish slipping away. The leader's gone. Italian's out already. Hungarian gone with him. Pushkash. But Zoltez marches on.
S-au dedicat și aici.
The second Spaniard there, Gomez, running through. And that's E2. Is that E2 from Romania? That's an E2 from Romania there. The E2 very strong down that first leg is currently looking a little bit less impressive. It's going in, fancies a drink. So Nitu, Ayala, meanwhile, elsewhere on the course, Solters makes his way up towards the top turn. But pretty much everyone through the first portage. Pontecorvo in shot there. I'm not sure where on the course he is, but he looks to be no longer with Puskás. He was clearly running better than Puskás. So Italy 2 at the moment. So Hungary, Italy, Hungary as it stands. Although the graphic has just dropped a second Hungarian. Not sure if that's just a graphic issue or whether Puskás has pulled out. We'll try and get some information on that for you at some stage. A little bit of excitement brewing in the junior boys C1. So Puskás still was on that graphic for a moment. Now not. Oh, there he is, down, way down. So you got Hungary just going around the buoy at the top. Italy, it still looks like Hungary to the left there of Italy. It's hard to tell. We'll get some pictures. So around the turn, Zoltes, no doubt there. Italian round the top turn on his own now. And behind him, that does still look like the Hungarian to me. So maybe something happened with his tracker for a while there. So the idea there might have been some intrigue has just faded away, and we're back to state normal with Hungary, Italy, and then Hungary. Zoltes comes down past that row of flags at the end of the sprint course. Looking a bit less fresh than he was. I think he's got a bit of room to spare in terms of distance. So Hungary, Italy, Hungary, and Spain and Poland together. And a long way back from that, it's the Portuguese now. So Pontecorvo from Italy, splitting the two Hungarians. Maybe a little bit of weariness kicking in at the front there. Weariness or boredom, what do you reckon? He just needs a bit of company. Speed him up a bit. There's Puskás. So I don't think Zoltez is getting further away now from the others. That gap seems pretty consistent over the last lap. So I'm thinking he's slowed down just a little. He's going to have to slow down a lot for them to close up. So it's Zoltez, Pontecorvo, and Puskás still holding those medal positions. Not far behind Puskás though now, the other two, Grijalva and Jadek. I'm thinking that Puskás runs so badly. 3 more portages, assuming their speeds are all the same on the water, that there's still a chance for that 3rd place to go to someone other than Hungary. Pontecorvo looking good though, looking less fatigued than the winner or the leader. A bit presumptuous to call him the winner. Still moving well at the front. And this is the guy who's in danger of losing his medal to the chase pair of Grijalva and Jadek. $200 meters to go to that bottom turn. So 50 minutes into the race. Definitely old Zoltez is having a little sit up and a break, a breather every now and then. Puskás, knowing he's being hunted now. not looking quite so sprightly now. Things are beginning to close in on Zoltes. I don't think he'll be caught, but he might not be smiling quite as broadly as he was after lap 1. So Portage 2 still running well. Bit of a discussion with somebody. Away he goes. And as he leaves, so Italy enter into the Portage much quicker out of his boat, seemingly much more motivated. And through comes the Italian Puskás, also maybe headed in. Yep, he's headed in for a little pit stop, and ominously for him in the background, Jadek, and more to the point, Grijalba is literally now on his tail. And for Puskás, his portage inability is going to let him down during the course of this race. Those other boys are going to catch him now, and on the next portage they're going to get away, and I don't think he'll see him again. So bronze medal about to change hands in the next lap, I think. Maybe even now. Not yet. Away goes Puskás, away goes Grijalba. So Puskás on his own up until now has company. There's your leader. And back to it. It's the Italian on his own still, and he looks pretty solid in second place. Portaging well, running well. Everyone pretty much the same speed on the water at the moment. As the second Spaniard, Gomez, comes through. So the chase is on. Third, fourth and fifth all in one shot there. All seem to be struggling directionally. Stay on the tail of Puskás. Jadek from Poland tucked right on his tail now, and Grzyalba is wrestling it a bit at the moment. Pontecorvo still on his own, and then it's a long way up. Here we get to Soltesz at the front. Guys really struggling there directionally to stay in that group of three. Grzyalba being pushed out to the right. Romanian Kostas on the portage there. He's currently sitting in 12th position, ahead of Argentina and Great Britain. Souza there in the green hat was with those guys in front. He'll be looking at them now thinking, if I'd stayed there, there's potential of a medal. So a quick list down the whole field. We got Soltesz leading from Hungary, Pontecorvo from Italy in second, Puskás from Hungary in third, but only just, because with him is Grzyalba and Jadek from Spain and Poland respectively. Then Souza from Portugal in sixth, Gomez Spain in seven, Nitu from Romania 8, Chilingirov from Bulgaria in 9, Ayala from Argentina 10, Koviria from Ukraine in 11, Kostas from Romania in 12, Terry from Argentina 13, Bell from Great Britain 14, Chisholm from Great Britain in 15. Chisholm is though under 15, so I figure he's allowed to be towards the back. Trained by Gabor at Richmond, who's doing a great job getting a canoe program up and running. So I'm sure in a couple of years' time, that'll be very different. One medal to be had out that group in view now. Hungarian's made his way to the back of the group now, and I think the door's closed for him. He's been caught by the other two. Now he's been overtaken. His portaging is woeful, and he's not going to see the bronze medal that he thought he had just one lap ago. So there's confirmation. The graphic, Jadek has moved up to third place. Rajalba in fourth, and Pushkas in fifth. On his own in second, Pontecorvo, 2 portages to go. He might be being caught by that group behind. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell with the camera angles. The head-on views foreshorten everything. You can see the lap times gradually going up now. Well, not really gradually, is it? That's quite significant. 30 seconds slower on the second lap, 30 seconds, another nearly minute slower on the third. It was that first lap that did the damage to the rest of the field. He got all this lead in one lap, and now it's just pretty much on a journey round, filling time until he can get to the end.
Landing.
So the Italian there, second place. Chasing the leader, all in white from Hungary. Third, fourth and fifth in view there. So Zolters makes his way down to his third portage. He'll be very glad this stage on the next lap to be saying goodbye to the long laps. Italy just in danger of being closed down somewhat. And there's the interest in this race now. It's this group here. Poland leading from Spain and Hungary. And if this next portage isn't significant for this group, the final one most certainly will be. And I can't see the Hungarian staying with these other two. That's your view down the course. Still a massive gap to that first place. to Corvo. Still on his own, but still holding off that chase pack. First and second both on screen. Soltesz seems to be back up to form again. Get that little shaky patch. Saw him stretching out a couple of times. He certainly wasn't happy getting out of his boat on the last portage. But moving well again now. 200 meters to go to the turn and the third portage. Puskas leads this group. He's going to need to lead it, I think, into the portage if he wants to stay with these guys. So in he comes for his next portage. An hour and 10 minutes into the race. He's not looking too stressed at all. Not looking too stressed at all now. Shaking his arm out a bit there. And away he goes. One more big lap and one small lap. So Italian comes into the portage at the other end, still looking pretty nimble. Maybe running with a bit more intent than the leader. But his motivation isn't to catch the leader, it's to stop the pack behind him, catching him. And here is that chase pack. So, Jadek, Poland, the best of the three runners. Grijalba pushing it on this one, and Puskás knows that if he doesn't stay in contact now, it's going to be a long, very long last lap, and he really isn't staying in contact. The Spaniard has pulled a couple of lengths out on the pole, and the pole in turn has pulled a couple of lengths out on the Hungarian, and going to be a very long final lap for Puskás. There's the silver medal paddling off, shape of Italy. At the moment, it's going to be Spain next to leave, then Poland, and then there's going to be at least 3-4 lengths, maybe more. Puskás is just getting in his boat now. It looks like Hungary may only get the one medal out of this race. So for the final time, Soltes goes up to the long turn, the top of the course. Pontecorvo behind him, but a significant distance behind. Motivation of that chase pack, Pontecorvo, helped him shave a couple of seconds off his previous portage. He knows he's just got to stay ahead for the one long lap. Short lap is a formality, provided he can get in second place from that portage. So Puskás desperately hangs on to the group. Flick down the list again. Beyond that group that we see, got Souza in 6th place, Gomez in 7th, Kavira in 8th, Nitu in 9th, Chilingirov in 10th, Ayla from Argentina 11, Kostas Romania 12, Buteri from Argentina in 13, Bell in 14, and Chisholm in 15. Just see on the top right of your screen, I think that's Chisholm going back the other way on his long lap, his third portage. That's Souza in 6th place currently, just behind, or fair way behind that group of 3 that we've been watching. So Puskás gets back on terms with Poland and Spain in that fight for the bronze medal. That's where the interest lies at the moment in this race. Gold is sorted. That's a certainty, I'd say. Silver sits currently with Italy and Pontecorvo. And here in shot, 1 medal from 3 boats. And I think that's going to come down to the run on the final portage. A little turn of speed from the Spaniard. Matched by the other two. That's the view they've got. Italy just dangling ahead of them. It's not a huge gap in terms of time, but in terms of closing it up, it is a big gap to Italy. Gap beyond Italy is insurmountable to Zoltez of Hungary. He won't be sad to go around that boy at the top for the final time, I'm sure. But there's your distances. They're a bit quick for me. So we found out we're now commentating live on site. So quick hi to everyone in the stands. I hope we're doing a good job. If you want to communicate with us, not sure. I don't think you can communicate with us, but we're communicating with you, and that's what counts. So final time around the top turn for our leader in this race. Zoltez goes round that top turn, heading back towards the stands for the final time. A nice aerial shot, that chase pack. Pretty impressed with Puskás that he's managed to deal with these guys catching him, running past him. Didn't think he'd be able to get back on terms after that portage. But, here he is leading into the final top turn. So Zoltez leads, gold medal for Hungary. Pontecorvo, Italy, still holding the silver medal. Things just looking a little bit more laboured now, having a look over his shoulder. See, well, comfort himself really that there's enough space behind him. And there is more than enough. Ooh. So Zoltez coming down, final time. Towards the bottom turn, the final bottom turn, final portage, and one small lap to the finish. Looking forward to a lunge for the line. Styling it out. Italian in shot there. He's done well to hold on to his second place. Looking safer and safer as they eat into the distance, remaining on the course. For Hungary, Italy, and then the chase pack, Poland, Hungary and Spain. And there is that chase pack, led by Jadek. Grijalba. And Puskas. So about 3 minutes to go. The next portage for the Italian. And we definitely got a bit of a burst of speed going on here. Looking a lot sharper now. Maybe sensing the end is nigh. Not long to go now. One final last turn. Definitely picked up the speed. Looking good for the crowd. Italian behind him, as he has been for a long time. And third, fourth and fifth all together. So final turn, bottom turn, into the portage. Got the grass all to himself. No one even close. One small lap to go. I think we can safely say he's asserted his authority over this race from the start. You don't see many people going in for a drink on their last lap. But he's not just having a drink, he's having a picnic.
Amazing.
Somebody get the man a coffee.
A coffee and a chat, and off you are.
So just one small lap and home time for him. But pretty much as he leaves the portage, Italian enters far end to Corvo. I suspect he won't be stopping for a picnic. He has done a good job today. I mean, we don't know the individuals in the C1 races for the juniors because juniors come and go, but I don't think I'd have had an Italian down as my number 2 at the start of this, but he's been there from the start, done a great job, and next time he's on the start list, he will be a known man.
Which is good. More nations coming into C1 men. We need that.
Certainly do. And here we go. It's going to be Spain for that bronze medal by the look of it. We've seen him run better than the others on previous portage. He knows every metre he can get now on the portage will save him an awful lot of grief. Quick glance over the shoulder.
It's a long portage. It's really hard on them now. Can see that from this Spanish guy suffering.
Around the top turn, just digesting his lunch as he goes round. And it was never going to be for Puskás when it came to that last portage. He's not quite as amphibious as the other two. He's away though. But it looks to me like that bronze medal is currently heading to Spain. Gold is going to go to Hungary. There's your silver, with Italy still heading up towards the top turn. And Zoltes pretty much led from the start. Look round. I don't know what he's expecting to see when he has a look round. Italy, glance across his shoulder to see where that chase pack is. And there it is. So Spain currently leading from Poland and Hungary. Gagarin struggling for direction. And Spain reaches the turn. Another glance over, and that gap is plenty big enough. Plenty big enough. Look at that. I don't think the others really have taken on that chase. See on that top turn there, Stefan, one of the lane boys quite badly placed for getting around the turn, just inside the first turn buoy. And the C1 guys hit that quite heavily. In comes into the finish. Comes Zoltes. Last 20 strokes maybe, or less. Look at that, even less. Last 5.
Really powerful strokes also at the end. Well done from him. A great race. And another gold for Hungary.
Two from 3 this morning for Hungary. K1 women and C1 men. Italy with their first medal of the weekend. A well-deserved medal as well. Been on his own for a lot of the race, holding off a group behind him. And that's a lapped athlete on the right of him there. So across the line, I'm very happy with this day's work, is Pontecorvo from Italy.
Indeed. And with a big smile on his face, Spain is also approaching. Pontecorvo.
So from Spain, Grijalba takes 3rd, locked in a battle for most of the race with Poland and Hungary.
Yeah.
And he is very happy with that. Basically outran them on the second to last and the last portage. And that was enough. Hungarian comes through to take 4th. That's Puskás. And from Poland is Jadek. There's your top 5. Good race for that bronze medal. Souza, who was there for a while, mixing it with that group of 3. is the next one across the line. So 1:17, the ultimate margin of victory in that one. And he got that pretty much in those first 2 laps. Across the line comes Sousa. 6th place for Portugal. Spain with Gomez. It's going to take 7th. Buteri of Argentina in shot there. That's Bell in shot there. First of the 2 Great Britain athletes, and really hope over the next couple of years that our canoe paddlers move up. Back in the day, it was our canoe paddlers that got our best results at these events with the Train brothers, and it would be great to get back to that again. I know one of those Train brothers coaches Bell, and that's what we need. So Kavria, who took a swim early on, is just chasing down Gomez of Spain. The Gomez of Spain about to finish. Bell about to start his final short lap, and Kovria from Ukraine come across the line shortly after Gomez. The Gomez in 7th place. There's Kovria, but for that early swim, his day might have been a bit different. And Semeniuk from Ukraine. Semeniuk kind of dropped off the tracker, so it's going to fit in. Do the next one after Gomez. After Kovria, rather. So, and then Nitu from from Romania. (141) Ayala from Argentina. Just behind Chilingirov from Bulgaria. Bell just getting in for his final short lap.
Vreau să vedeți cât de rău e? Iată-l. Da, uite.
And Chisholm running through the portage for the last time. We're just closing in on the end of this race now. Costas from Romania ahead of Buteri from Argentina. Then it's Bell will be next. And Chisholm just getting in now. So Kostas and Buteri both in shot there. And across the line goes Buteri, and it's just the two English guys. So me pronouncing Kostas badly there, I've been informed. that it's pronounced Costa K. So from now on, he will be Costa K. So I might have missed my opportunity there on account of this is his only race, but next time we see him, I'll try and get that right. Across the line goes Bell. And just one more athlete out there. Chisholm coming in now. Chisholm from Richmond. Bell from Fladbury. Nicely done. Job done. Good experience. Well, an experience for both those boys. I hope they'll get it into their blood that this is something worth coming back for and have another go at it another time. As Stefan says, we need more C1s out there. It's great to see them giving it a go.
Showing some highlights from the previous race and waiting for the next category coming up, and that is actually C1 women short track coming up in a couple of minutes here.
So there's your finish order. Soltes untroubled from the start. Pontecorvo got into second place very early and held on. And it was that fight for last place, for third place rather. that was the last medaling place. It was the interesting one. Nicely done. So C1's women, short track, same boats, same paddles, different distance. And it's very hard to look beyond Babak and Kisban in this one. But Santonina there, 5th 2 years ago. Babak at the bottom of that screen, world champion. Kisban at the top, 2nd 2 years ago. Marley McIntosh from Canada won the junior long course in 2018, and we all know that the Canadians have a good track record in canoe paddling, especially in the women's classes. So don't write off 174 from Canada. There she is in shot, lined up next to the world champion Babak from Ukraine. So from the top, Nishibun, Japan, Antos, Poland, Gil, Great Britain, Klimava, Belarus, Santonima, France, Casal, Spain, Bonyai, Hungary, Kazakova, Russia, Kisban, Hungary, Antos, Poland, Salkatan, Moldova, Isinenko, Ukraine, Kovaleva, Russians. Saw her in the juniors this morning, and then the Canadian and Babak.
And it's Babak who's setting the speed. Really eager to get in front immediately. We are used to see her doing exactly that. Babak that is specializing on marathon. Great skill for that. Well trained. Strong will.
To her left is Kovaleva, who won the junior race this morning. And yellow boat at the top, Beth Gill from Great Britain, and she is having a stormer, absolute stormer there. Raced at the 5K in Copenhagen. Was caught a bit for speed there, I think, but not so today. So Babak leads. Kovaleva, the Russian, 519. The Canadian, McIntosh there, getting back on terms with her. So we scan across. The Hungarian there, not sure which one, probably Kisban. Beth Gill from Great Britain. Doing a huge job here.
Indeed. Did you expect that?
Stefan, I've been talking to her. She was one of our sprint talent athletes and kind of got mangled through that process over the past few years and has given marathon a go. She's training at Nottingham with all the guys who are doing the marathons as well as the sprints. In answer to your original question, no, I would not have put her this far up the field. Halfway down the field, maybe, but yeah. No, this is awesome.
It is.
Fair play to her, you know.
Babak is going hard now. She's really, as she usually does during the first lap of the short
track. She likes that clear water, doesn't she?
Yeah.
But in 2nd place, Great Britain in the women's C1 short track. Ahead of the Hungarian. Come on. Yeah, the other girls from that program, Stefan, they Most of them failed to go to the Olympics, which was their original goal, and they've given it up. Not got a lot out of it in terms of canoeing success. Beth's chosen to go down this route, and you know what? Whatever happens from here in this race, this has been a success. Awesome. So Babak leads from Gil from Kisban. Babak first 2 years ago, Kisban second. Gil hadn't even thought of doing a marathon this time 2 years ago. Antos from Poland in third, in fourth, Sansanima fifth. Canadian and Russian have dropped back through the field. That's Sansanina there in the red boat.
Klimava, Belarus, is also there.
Kisban just got ahead of Gil now. So Klimava, McIntosh, the Canadian. There's a bit of a gap back to McIntosh though. It's Klimava on the left. See the leader on her own. Klimava on the left. The other two, which is Kisban and Gil, are directly behind each other. Well, Gil's behind Kisban. There's your leader. And there's Kisban, Gil and Klimava pretty much all together. Babak leads on her own, out in front, clear water. It's a familiar position for her. She won this last time. She's won 4 out of the 5 women's C1 Marathon World Championships so far. Kisban made her way into second now. And then Klimava and Gil locked together around that turn. Oh, they're struggling around the turn a little bit there in the background. Out gets Babak. No rush. Well organised. So Babak saunters through. That's the Russian there, Kovaleva. Second place, Kisban, black trousers, white top. And then bring it on, it's Beth Gill, come on. So I just had a message from her coach online. This time 2 years ago, she's just delving into marathon on a domestic level at, pretty much, wouldn't mean much to you, the actual division, but at a pretty low level. And that was her learning point. And she started there, started racing against other people doing marathons in K1s, that would be. She's in a C1. And she's just moved on. And now here she is at top level and currently in a medal winning position ahead of some big names. Not least of all that one, Sansanina, who was 5th 2 years ago. But Babak from Kispan. They were always going to be the two.
Yeah.
I think you'd be on big money if you'd put money on Beth Gill being third at this stage. Kispan looks like she's getting her act together and is closing down on Babak.
That's interesting because Kispan usually has a very good finish.
I think, yeah, to have her back where she was on that first leg, probably, you know, she either lost steering or had a bit of control issues, because she wouldn't normally be that far behind, would she?
No, no. Even if Babak usually put up the speed in the first lap, trying to get the free water she like.
So Babak comfortable for now, but that gap is most definitely closing. They're the big two. Interesting on the turn, we got a right-hander and a left-hander, both going round equally successfully. I think that gap's going to be down to 0 by the time they get to the bottom turn. Next round, Beth Gill starting to get, although she's falling back on these two, she's starting to get a bit of clear water on the girls behind her. And she is currently sitting in a medal winning position. Looks like it'll be the Canadian out of those two behind her in the red shirt that could give her some grief. But she ran well on the first portage. And we've only got 1.5 laps to go, or less. So Babak leads. Lead shrinking, but not quickly. So speaking to some other canoe paddlers before, Sam, sometimes they don't like to be right up on the wash because the steering gets too difficult. So that gap might be a deliberate gap at 2 lengths. I don't know. I'd need informed comment from one of the C1 paddlers out there. But Babak certainly not comfortable at the head of this one.
Not as comfortable as she's used to be, at least.
I think she's very much aware of the danger there now.
Absolutely. Increasing speed again now. Both of them, I think. Belarus. Klimova.
I'd like to see where she is in relation to Beth Gill from Great Britain. Spaniard, Casal. She's been racing for a few years now. Kovaleva, the Russian, who's already done, remember, she's already done a long course race this morning. So it's a big ask for her to be up there again in this one. But these two are coming in pretty close together now.
Yeah.
Babak on the left in the white boat. Kispan on the right in the black boat. Babak is running with intent that's for sure. One more turn and back, and that gap isn't going to close.
Quite unusual carrying this sea boat on the shoulder with no rudder. That shouldn't be necessary.
So Klimova is now on her own in third place. Gill back to fourth and being hunted for fifth. It's the Canadian just behind her, McIntosh. When you think 2 years ago McIntosh was winning the junior marathon and Beth Gill was down with the beginners pretty much at the marathon scene in England, this is still got to go down as one of the best performances. Genuinely excited, Stefan. I bet you never thought you'd hear me say that.
Looks like this is done now. Babak increase the gap slightly over the portage.
It's all closing up at this end of the field here now. Out goes Klimova from Belarusia. Off goes Gill now, and it's the Spaniard, I think that's Casal. There's your winner.
Yeah.
So Babak round the final turn. Kisban's charge, this time on the last lap, has come to nothing. She's lost a lot of ground now. So first and second settled. Third place, Klimova.
Kisban that won the Europeans earlier this year, but then Babak did not participate.
That always makes it easier.
It does. And Kazakova was second. She's here today, but far behind in this race.
Canadian struggling to get round that corner. So currently it's Babak from Kisban, from Klimova, from Gill. Third place there, Klimova.
There's the winner. Mila Babak. 2 years ago, also a gold medal.
Yep, she's not short of gold medals now, as Kisban isn't short of silvers.
Exactly.
Remember in third place.
That's her first medal in the World Championships, I think, at least in marathon and short track.
And this has made my day, Stefan. Yeah, you see someone's journey come to something rather than coming to nothing, and I think that's absolutely brilliant. I think a lot of people will appreciate what Beth Gill's done there. She's beaten some proper quality C1 paddlers in that race, and hats off to her and her coaches, her club. Fantastic. So Canadian across the line there, McIntosh. And the second Hungarian, well off the pace, Bonyai. The other thing with Babak, Stefan, she's still only 24, I think.
Yeah.
Because she's been around for a while. You think of her as sort of old, but she's not.
She was one of the first, the first women that really focused marathon among the C1s. And I've done it successfully ever since.
Here's Nenko from Ukraine across the line, and Selkatan from Moldova. You know you've done well when you have to go to boat weigh-in. I think we can be heard from the stand. So Beth Gill, if you can hear me, congratulations, that was amazing. That's a junior world champion she's going around that term with, and I think that is awesome. there's the results. Babak, Kisban, Klimova, Gil, Casal, Kovaleva. Santonina, 5th 2 years ago, down in 9th place now as the sport moves on. Might not have been her day, but great. And next up, it's the men's turn. And another, well, it's a really packed field in the men's as well. Alas Adolf, medalist, coming straight from the 5K at the Worlds. Romero from Spain, we know very well. Davidoff, all the names on here. Campos, Zucora, Bourgil, Brezina. And these guys have been around for a while now, racing under 23s, seniors, and mix and matching those. If they are under 23, they've been racing the seniors as well. And it's going to be a very busy race.
And some of them we saw in Moscow. The winner there was Poland, Bourgil. Just a couple of seconds before Daniel Lakshu, who is not here today. And so there was Roman Erlenikov, and he is actually here, starting on with boat number 189.
The two boats closest to us are two of the big players, Brezina and Bourgil. Just up from them, there'll be the Hungarian and the Spaniard in the yellow boat, and the next boat across there, that's going to be Kolsar and Campos. Zucora's in there, white boat, red trousers just behind those. Arthur Leach in the yellow boat, getting caught in the backwash a little bit there. God, Bourgil's start guy gave him a shove there, got him away nicely. Campos in the black boat, top of your picture, and Brezina in the blue at the bottom. So they'll all come together at some point. Got Romero coming across far right on your screen now from Spain. Canadian Himmelman, maple leaf on his paddle. Arthur Leach there. It's getting a bit chaotic in the backwashes. So Alimov, I think, from Russia is leading. On his left is Adolf. Romero's there. Campos is there. Still down in the bottom right is Brezina. They still haven't come together as a group. In the middle from France, we've got Dunilac in the stripy shirt. Brezina is going for this. I think they're coming across to him. Maybe not. No, it's still two Spaniards in there. Poland, Czech Republic. There's the Russian at the front. It's Alimov, but not anymore. He's got stuck in all the backwashes. He's in a world of trouble, and he's only just getting going now. And the experience of Adolf, I think that's Adolf at the front. Yeah, Adolf at the front, and two Spaniards, Campos and Romero, right there with him. One of those isn't showing up on the screen, and Brezina just behind them. Second Hungarian, Kolsar. So Hungary, Spain, Spain. So Balázs Adolf leads. From Campos in the yellow boat and Romero in the white boat. Brezina just behind them in the all blue outfit. And then it's a little way back to Kolsar. Three big players. So coming towards the end of lap 1 and the first portage. So 4 players for 3 medals. As it stands, we've got Adolf at the front, as he has been for a while since that first turn when the Russian just couldn't make it around the turn, who's now faded way back. So Hungarian giving the Spaniards a hard time there, deliberately getting out early. So Campos tracks Adolf. Campos runs well. We've seen that in the past. Romero struggling just a little, just re-gripping his boat there, and Brezina in the background in the orange hat. So no change on the run. These two away and clear. It might just be that they stay away and clear. Romero got a gap, 2-3 lengths there. Brezina on the right, and I think that's Bourgil has caught them. A little bit of a tussle between Bourgil and Brezina. Brezina turns right fairly sharply on Bourgil, and Romero goes out towards them. Got a swimmer at that portage as well, just getting in. I didn't see who that was. Could have been Zukora from Poland. These two serenely move on to their second lap of 3. 1 more portage to go. I think that was Zukora that swam. So Adolf from Campos from Brezina, Bourgil with them. Zukora no longer on that leaderboard. He was the one who took a swim, just leaving the landing stage now, down in about 12th place. And that second group, led by Brezina, has closed up on these two. Romero on his inside, fighting to get around those boys. And Bourgil has caught up really well, and now, well, through goes Brezina, straight to the front and straight off. And a procession, single file round that top turn for the others. It's so much harder to wash hang and control your direction in these boats than it is in the kayaks with a rudder. And Brezina leads. Adolf to his left. Campos to his right. And Bourgil to his right. We're missing one. And that's Romero, was with these. Spain also. Diego Romero seems to have dropped off the group, unless he's just out of camera shot. They're shortly going to come in to their second and last portage. Through goes Adolf on Brezina. Wants to get out first at the portage. Wants to get round that turn unhindered. Romero definitely not in contention anymore. So 4 medals, 3 medals, 4 paddlers rather. Zakharov and Davidov, both from Ukraine. Campos getting round nicely and tidily on the inside at that corner from Germany there. Got Krautlower and in come first 4. Here we go, Balaz. Straight out. Campos running with him all the way. Exactly the same as the first portage. This time though, Brezina and Davidov, Brezina and Bourgil rather, just behind him. So it's their last put in. This time it's Bourgil who's made up ground. He's going to be first away. That's significant. Balaz Adolf just with him. Campos ducking around the back so he can wash hang on his favoured side maybe. Moving back down the field, but it's 3. Just 3 at the front now. We seem to have lost Brezina there.
Yeah.
Jan de Louis running through there. So down to 3, and it's Bourgil. Campos and Adolf. It's going to be a tight finish. Brezina just behind them. And then there's a big gap back. So Brezina has the opportunity to duck inside. If anyone makes a mistake on this turn, a gap could easily open up. Adolf come through on the inside. He's going to be very hard to overtake from there. Bourgil and Brezina still in touch. But I think too little too late from him now.
See how long Campos will wait until he make his move. He has been in these kind of positions many times over the years.
Nice aerial shot of them making their way around that turn. It'd be good to see that finish hotting up though. It's going to kick off at some stage. I think Adolf has it under control.
Yeah.
Just the amount of steering those other two guys have got to do just takes away a little bit from how fast they can go forward. I think Adolf has got enough here to hang on. Campos dropped off the back. It's down to 2 now.
Yeah.
Now it's down to 1. And ultimately, it seemed fairly straightforward for Balázs Adolf. Great race from Bourgil though. Came back into that group. Good portage in. And through they come. Another win for Hungary. Poland 2. Whoa! What happened there? Brezina 3. Campos must have just stopped out on the track there somewhere. Here he comes now.
Something happened.
Obviously not interested in coming third. I'm sure he could have held on to that third.
Sure.
Surely. Maybe not. Yeah, things change. Romero. Possibly fifth position.
Campos fell off just 200 meters before the finish. So something must have happened.
That 200 can be a long way once you're tired, Stefan.
Yeah, but
I guess. Yeah. It does seem a bit unusual.
Yeah.
Russian coming over the line there. 191 from Ukraine, Zakharov. Arthur Leach. Great Britain. Jan de Louis from Czech crossing the line. French there as well. And Augustin Trifon. And the Canadian Brett Himmelman just ahead of Arthur Leach. Chile, Vicente Diaz. Doven coming across the line now. Quick run through the highlights. Two of your medalists, two closest to the camera. And your winner, Adolf Balaz, straightforward win in the end. And next we move on. There's the finish list for that race. Adolf, Bourgil, Brezina, Campos, Romero, Davidov, Linikov, Zakharov, Deluy, Zukora. All names we're very familiar with. Dunilak, Krautloa, Polzar, Himmelman, Leach, Trifon, Alimov, Diaz and Zakharov. And we move swiftly on. Thick and fast this afternoon. It's the K1's women's short race. Same course we've just been watching. This time they're sat down. Orton, Boynard, Milova, George Dotter, Kostramitina, Piketty, Kessler, Rask, Barrios, Bedek, Isley, Betzer, Egan, Hartley, Garrow, Anderson, Clark, Vitalska, Sikali and Telska. And they're already lined up. So easy ones to spot. You got Jenny Egan in the middle, in the pink boat. In the green boat, we've got Bedek. Was it Bedek in the green boat?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Sikali close to us.
Yeah, and Bedek actually won the Europeans with Hungary on second place.
Sikali going well, close to her. Sam Rees-Clark in the yellow boat needs to move across to her. Watching out for the group coming in from the left-hand side. Also, there's Sikali leading for now. Sweden in the black and red boat. Lizzie Broughton coming across. Jenny Egan in pink there. So Rees-Clark doing a great job. And the race starts to come in from the left now with Kisley. Rees-Clark goes across to Kisley. Jenny Egan's going to have to fall in behind her. There we go, straight into the back.
Bedok is also going well.
In green, it's ooh. We'll get back to the action. Just a recap of the start. Sakali well away. So here we go.
It's Bedok. It's Kisley.
Rask on the far side of that group.
And Barros.
Eva Barrios. White shirt, white boat. There's stuff happening all over the place still. It's still not settled.
It's a great race.
As good as extreme slalom though, Stefan, really?
much better even.
We could argue that all day, surely.
Sure. Bedok in the lead. 210 Bedok in the green boat in the lead. Barrios on her inner side around the turn.
Jenny Egan well protected in the middle there. There's two hardcore racers either side of her who aren't going to let that get squeezed out. Rask is the one who suffers on the inside of that turn. Didn't get round well at all. Leaves a gap open for Broughton on her inside. Broughton's trying hard to get back on terms there with that group. Gap opened up for her when Rask went wrong, and Broughton's going to be tucked on the back of that group. There she is, just to the right of shot. So Barrios closest to us, Bedek leading, Kisley in the red boat, Sakali in blue, Sam Rees-Clark in yellow boat, Egan in the pink, and on the far side was the Argentinian whose name I can't remember, Garro was good on the first in the heats. Going out to the far side, the Swede, and not Anderson. Do I mean Anderson? Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Going out to the far side there, just struggling to keep in touch. So there's your leaderboard. Garrow, remember, took a swim in the heats and still got qualified as one of the fastest 8 losers. And she was in exactly that same position on the outside of the group coming in to the first portage. But Bedek, looking good. Much better than she did in the heats.
Hiding herself a little bit in the heat, as it seems. Here she's doing very well. This is a great race. It's exactly.
It is a great race. Yeah. Rask is back in contention in that group. She's back in a comfortable wave there. Garrow on the far side, and Bridget Hartley at the back of that group, 2:14. Bedek though, comfortable, it seems.
Very. Lots of experience there. Bedek have been in the marathon business for many years now. Winning medals. The latest one was a gold medal at the Europeans in July this year at short track, just before Vanda Kisley.
Look at that group though, Stefan.
That's great.
That is awesome.
It's exactly what we expected from short track marathon, what we expected it to be. Introducing it.
They'll all be getting nervous now with the portage coming up. Everybody wants their little bit of space.
Great
Those
turn.
Tucked in the back. Jenny Egan, Sam Rees-Clark are just hoping that no one does anything unpredictable, and they should be safe to get round. Lizzie Broughton making a good go of going around that inside edge again. And
Kisley perfect position.
Bedek.
Yeah.
Bedek and Kisley. Barrios behind. Jenny Egan's going to get squeezed onto the end of that pontoon. It's going to be tight. Same for Sam Rees-Clark on the other side. Up comes Garros. For Argentina, this time she's out cleanly. Through goes Kisley. And Broughton, look at that. Straight through into third. Somehow Sakali has her boat the wrong way round.
Yeah.
That's, oh man. She's got to change that obviously before she gets to the end. But fantastic calm racing from Lizzie Broughton. Her experience as a marathon racer and 5k racer came good there. It's going to be 3 boats away, I think. Running right to the end. 1, 2 and 3 is Kisley, Bedek and Broughton, and that's how it's going to be. Barrios might add to that. Egan struggling a little bit to stay in touch. Kessler way back there, and there's your 3.
It's hard racing now.
Kisley wants comfort out the front. She doesn't want that big group again. And it's not going to happen again. It's down to 3.
Yeah.
There's no one in that second group with the firepower to close down Kisley. So it looks like medals are settled. Through comes Bedek.
Yeah.
She is keen today.
Yeah, very. She wants to have the initiative into the turn.
Just a little bit of chat there between the two of them. I think that was a failed attempt to come past and then a quick request to be left some room.
Yeah. Good for Broughton then.
Brilliant. Simple job there now.
Yeah.
Get to the portage safely. Barrios leads the second with Rask on her right, Egan and Sam Rees-Clark. Top 7 there. Kisley, Bedek, Brown. Bedek raced Broughton a couple of weeks ago at the Sprint World, so she knows there's danger there.
Yeah.
And here we go. This is head-to-head stuff. So hard now to pick a winner here.
It is.
Kisley, at least for now, has a beautiful run down that wash between the two of them. That head-to-head is to establish a bit of dominance. And it was Bedek, ultimately, that came good. The Bedek, Kisley, and a change of plan. Broughton, instead of going around the outside, she's going to come around the inside on the turn again.
Well managed from Broughton there.
From all 3, really. I mean, Bedek did what she had to hold Broughton off. Kisley just sat the whole thing out, sat between the two of them, let them have their fight, didn't get involved. And Broughton gave it up before she got too tired and changed her plan to come around the inside. 3 well-managed races. Rask in 4th, leading that second group with Barrios, Sam Rees-Clark, and
it's quite fast still. They aren't slowing down, rather the opposite.
Yeah, the second group isn't dropping much, and the first group know that. I mean, they've only got 1 lap now to hold them off, but a portage mistake could still be costly.
Yeah.
Mind you, there's 3 very experienced racers there. You think a portage mistake at this stage is a little unlikely. 218 from Poland there is Witowska. And round, taking them to the other side of the pontoon. Broughton sees the opportunity, sees it early,
Gives her a little bit of an advantage. Little bit of an advantage.
Look at that from Kisley. Yeah. She got out last.
Yeah.
Running strongly. Kisley, Bedek, Broughton. Barrios in the background. Egan. Oh, we got ourselves a swimmer. Not sure. Could be Sakali. It was a blue boat, but there goes Kisley. She'll run right to the end. Those two are away. They're going to get away before Broughton's in her boat. It's going to be 2-3 lengths to catch. No, it was Hartley. Is that Hartley? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that awful decision. Do I empty my boat out or... Oh, it's just an error. No interference, no nothing. Just an error. She'll kick herself for that. That's what happens when you get tired, though, I guess. Oh, sorry. It was Bester who swam, not Hartley. Thanks to Brian in the control room, giving us the details. And Kisley, is Kisley away?
Looks like.
Looking powerful there. So Kisley nice away.
Would be nice to pan out a bit.
That's ominous for those other women in the long course. So Kisley cleanly away. Bedek, Broughton. Bedek has got one thing in her favour is her acceleration, but Broughton can take that whole 500 metres back to the finish.
Broughton had some acceleration only in Copenhagen at the 5,000 actually. She did well in the last.
Considering where she was at the start, Stefan,
yeah.
It was an incredible finish.
It was.
But this is dominant, isn't it?
Yeah. Amazing.
Yes.
She seemed very, very strong already in the heats, Kisley.
There's Hartley there in the white boat. And Garrow with her, the Argentinian. And this is going to be tight for second and third, but first place is gone, done and dusted. Kisley storms away from the field. Looks like Bedek is holding Broughton off, but still a little way to go.
Another gold medal for Wanda Kisley.
And here we go.
Now.
Here we go. It's Bedek versus Broughton, and I think Bedek, it's going to be super close. Looks, it's going to be Broughton over Bedek.
It is.
That's an impressive overtake.
Yeah.
Silver for Great Britain.
Another gold medal for Wanda Kisley, silver for Great Britain, and a bronze medal again for Bedek. Yeah, we saw Lizzie doing the same in Copenhagen. Actually, she has a good finish nowadays.
She does. I mean, it's got to be that 100 meters, I think. Still, I mean, the coaches will know better than me, but I think their immediate acceleration is probably not as good as someone like Kisley or Bedek, but she just can go on and on. The acceleration lasts. She can grind in from 100 meters out, 150 meters out, and that's hard to take if you're tired and you're racing that. So yeah, hats off to her. She's come out of this season so far with 3 World Championship medals, Stefan, and that's not a bad haul. So that race, every bit as exciting as we'd hoped for, and we've got the men's to come, which is, I think, our final race of the day.
Vezi că vin și cealaltă după asta. Nu ce să mai dai în doi, că vine aia altă. Încă una.
And Samantha Rees-Clark was 4th, and Eva Barrios 5th, Catherine Rusk 6th.
Fantastic result for Sam Rees-Clark as well. It's good to see her back in these races.
And Melina Andersson from Sweden and Bråviken was, I think, 7th or 8th. Followed by Jenny Egan and Witkowska. And Kessler from South Africa on 7th, I think, 7th or 8th. It was quite close there.
There's where Sikali gets her boat the wrong way around.
And we saw that Kisley also in this first portage was very, very quick to enter the portage up from the water and start running very, very quickly.
And just too strong. I mean, she just paddled away from them there.
Yeah.
Probably Lizzie's closing her down over the last 100 meters, but to get that distance in the first place is super impressive.
Yeah.
And this next one's going to be too close to call as well. So that's the women's racing finished for the day. Great day in the short track so far for Great Britain. Up the sharp end of everything. And for me, because they don't pay us to do this, Stefan, we can be partisan, right? We're still allowed to be nationalistic and appreciate our performers from our own countries.
Absolutely. It's never a problem with appreciation.
So far, I think, Stefan, this short track is doing exactly what it was designed to do, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it does.
It's
when the numbers got up to 20 or 15, 20 paddlers, it's really interesting.
You need that block of 10 to 12, all at the same speed at the front, so you don't really know how the front group's going to pan out. And once you've got that, you're really good to go. So from the bottom, Balboa, one of the big players. I don't know what he's doing at the moment. Side on, maybe he wants somebody to take the weed away. Yep, he's taking the weed away from his lane. one up from him, Ken Rice. Palfler above him. Then Romalo and Boros and Candy, three more of the big players. Winter above them in the white boat. We saw him start so fast. Above Winter is Jacob Adam, Christian Mate, Chervov, Martin from Spain, who did well. James Russell, white boat with the blue stripes around, and away they go. Balboa closest to camera, doing well. Romalo in the white hat, just a few up from him, also there. Candy in the red boat, middle of the field there, and they're the big ones. They've broken well. Just above Candy, Boros.
Alonso.
Clean start there.
I was a little bit impressed by Alonso this morning, and I think he will be among the top guys as well. Back in shape, as it seems.
They're coming in. They'll be coming into the screen from the top of the picture, but it's Romalo.
It's Boros.
I don't think that is Boros. Is it at the front there?
No.
Boros in the back of the picture there.
Yeah,
3,
that's
4,
right.
6.
That's right.
So that's Denmark. It's Winter. It's Winter on the left of Romalo.
Yeah.
Urban in the black boat there from France. And it is busy in there. Dan Johnson making his move towards the front with Alonso on his left. One more move to make, and top of the screen, Garocchia.
Oh, wow.
Balboa, bottom of the screen in the black boat. Look at that. That's a real race.
As it should be in a final. It's great.
Every slot in that group filled. Romalo leads. Winter to his left. Balboa to his right. Tucked in the back, I think, was Candy. Johnson, red and white boat, getting squeezed around the inside of the turn. It's going to get tighter and tighter. Somebody might miss that. No, they all got round. Oh, Johnson's upside down. Oh, man. Was going so well. There's all sorts happening at the back of that.
It's Alonso
so
suffering.
Unlucky.
Yeah.
Not sure who went with Johnson there, but
except from Johnson, I think Alonso suffered most from that. He was in the inside and was close to missing the buoy.
Struggling to get back in. He's going to make it. Race goes on somewhere else. It'd be great to, as much as this is impressive, I would like to see. So Romalo still leads. Winter still on his left. Balboa on his right, tucked in the back there. I can't actually see. Pedersen just coming in to the left of Winter, cutting out the Frenchman, Candy. Is it Palfler in the back there? Maybe. Romalo, Balboa. Winter, Pedersen, Candy, Urban, and Palfler. Boros coming around the outside, right at the back of that group in the white boat.
Ramalho loves these kind of positions. Relaxed, free, clean water.
He knows he portages well.
Yeah.
Lindbergh leading that second group, hoping to close the gap. Russell to his right. Round comes Romalo. Winter on his left. Kenny Rice, not sure where in the field that was, but So 2 French, 2 Danes, Portuguese. He's pushing it tight on the inside, Romalo there. Not making it easy for those behind him. There's no reason why he should. Romalo goes left. Balboa goes right. Winter goes with Balboa. Pedersen comes with Romalo. Palfler just getting his boat out. No, it's the French on the left there. So,
Urban.
And Winter is running hard on the inside there. Romalo just dropping around him because their boats are on the wrong side for getting in. So Romalo very cool about that. That's Winter, Romalo, and Balboa. Winter looks to be puffing hard there. Pedersen on the left. So it's these
Balboa,
four.
yeah, that was a
Balboa is so clean.
great entrance.
Boat. Yeah, so clean. Winter is going to fight to get back. Pedersen also just off the back of that group. Balboa looking awesome.
Absolutely. He just jumped into his boat without using the hands or the pontoon. It's quite risky, but he seems to be very controlled doing it.
I think that's something you need to practice at home rather than practice every day.
Hundreds and hundreds of times.
And I imagine you fail quite a number of those times.
Yeah.
This is really sad, seeing this. He was right up there. He's got more racing to come this weekend, but great opportunity in this one. Just didn't fall for him. So Urban, Alonso, Palfler on that chase route. They've got to close for the portage, and they know it. Balboa looking strong at the front there. With Romalo on his inside, Winter on his outside, Pedersen tucked in the back, and that second group is going to close them down. Urban, Alonso, Palfler, Boros, and Lindbergh in there.
Yeah.
So speed goes up with Romalo.
Doesn't want to be group again.
Just that little bit of fear in here. They want the group to settle, but they don't want to be tucked in the back of it. So it's just not going to settle. Here comes Alonso around the outside. Urban going into the middle behind the Argentinian.
Now goes Pedersen.
Nobody really wants to be dropping back at this stage. Through comes Urban on Winter. He's made that move stick, and Winter could be in a spot of bother now.
Yeah, Pedersen have not shown any strength during this race so far, but now.
Still Romalo. Pedersen to his right. Alonso, amazing, has made his way to the comfortable position. Urban tries to take on Pedersen. Bad idea. Need to wait for the portage now. Alonso, the red and yellow tip there. We said in the heats he was a changed man, and he's doing a good job again. Balboa, just see the nose of his black boat with the green writing on. Also looking very dangerous. Winter, I think, isn't long for this group now. And that's Boros in the white boat leading the second group. James Russell with Jacob Adam and Candy. Romalo leading. Alonso on his left. Being left no room. Pedersen on his right. Everyone round smoothly. Through they come. Pedersen goes to the right of the landing stage. Balboa at the back of this group of 5. But we've seen him portage well. He's already out of his boat. We know these front 2. Well, who can't do it well? They're all good at it now. Balboa on the other side of his boat this time. I wonder if he can do his jump entry from both sides. That'd be pretty impressive. Romalo, Pedersen, Alonso, Balboa. I think we're going to see Pedersen. We saw him 2 years ago getting his boat from this side very quickly. Nothing too fancy, but he's away well, and he's away first, and that might be enough. Balboa in trouble in 4th there. Alonso getting his ride through to a medal. Cook there from South Africa. This is a specialist event, this one. There's 3 away. Pedersen leads from Romalo, from Alonso. Alonso's a long way back on that wave. Might be fighting it, or it might just be the speed these guys are travelling. He looks fine there. So just shows you how high the speed is when someone wash hangs that far back. Romalo has to try and work out what he can do to get back at Pedersen. Same order for those 2 as it was 2 years ago on the long course race. Pretty much the same scenario, 1 each side of the landing stage. Pedersen got away first. Romalo making sure his nose stays just in front of Pedersen's body there so that he gets a help round the turn. Alonso's dropped off. It could be a long 500 metres for him. So, Pedersen in pole position, coming down the last 200-300 metres. Romalo waiting for a chance, waiting for a sign maybe that Pedersen's tiring, but I think that's a big hope. And Alonso's still there.
He is. He dropped off a little bit after the turn, but now he's back again.
Pedersen gradually cranking up the speed.
meters.
Away we go, 200. And here goes Romalo. This is his shot. It's going to have to be a long run in. Pedersen still looking good. Quick look over to Romalo. We can't see. Romalo's gone past. Oh my word. That is big for Romalo. This is Romalo's first World Championship win. I'm pretty sure of that. And that is massive. He's been so close for so long. This can't go to a better person. So pleased for him. Absolutely monster. Pedersen had nothing when Romalo went. Alonso happy with his 3rd.
Absolutely. Coming back after many years in the shadow.
Lindbergh.
Balboa. Lindbergh, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Lindbergh, isn't it? And Boris.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Big group coming in now. 5 boats. Not sure, apart from Russell in that one. Alpha there, maybe. French didn't really show in that one. They dominated it for a couple of years. But Romano, after a long career and a lot of waiting and a lot of heartache, has finally got gold medal that he has, I'm going to say, deserved, well deserved. Awesome. Kenny Rice just finishing now. So Romalo from Portugal, short track world champion.
Very, very happy man now. Value.
Fair play to Dan Johnson. Finished off the course. What could have been a great result has turned into a great performance. Dan Johnson. There aren't words for the disappointment he must be feeling. Just a bit flat after huge performance in the heats. Great performance on that first lap till the swim. Oh, that was a good day's work, Stefan.
Yes.
All those athletes concerned, the organisation was good. Thanks to the production team. Made our job easy. And we'll be back tomorrow.
Absolutely. So the final results were, I think, José Ramalho, Mats Pedersen, Ivan Alonso, Franco Balboa as fourth, Jeremy Candy, Marcel Poffler, Adrian Martin, and so on. I think we will have them on the screen soon. And there are some medal ceremonies to come before we close the broadcast for today. And of course, we will experience them as well.
Stefan, I think short track has made its way out from being a sideshow, and I think that's a show in itself now.
Yeah, finally.
Yeah, I think that has become a serious discipline.
Yeah.
It's not something you do in addition, it's something you do now.
Yeah.
And
as expected.
Yeah, you know my feelings on Olympic inclusion and stuff, Stefan, but that is a race worthy.
Absolutely.
Isn't it?
Absolutely.
If you want action, you want potential for jeopardy, you want change of position, you want everything, then that race has everything.
Exactly. I mean, we have been running it for 15 years in Sweden, introducing it internationally as well. And this year we also had the nationals in K2 short track, and that was even more amazing.
Yeah, I think that has an argument for being pushed forward as an event.
Yeah, they tried it as well in Sprint World Cups several times, but poorly organized, it just becomes a mess. We need this organization and traditional, good, skilled marathon organizers to do this properly.
You need the good, skilled marathon paddlers as well.
Exactly.
If you throw in a few sprinters in there who haven't got the experience of the wash hanging and the portage in, it just becomes a joke again. So,
crashes and boat breaks and
there's your results. Romalo, world champion, and he's waited a long time to hear that. Pedersen, Alonso, they're the medalists. Balboa, Urban, Boros, and so on down. Palfler, Candy, James Russell in 12th there. Martin, Clinton Cook, 16. Chervov, 17. Christian Mate, possibly a bit disappointing. Kenny Rice, and then Dan Johnson. Well, that's exciting to work with, isn't it? And I'm all for seeing a bit more of that in the coming years. So day 2 tomorrow, before you all dash off, we've got K2 Women's Juniors, C1 Men under 23, K1 Women under 23, C2 Men Juniors, and in the afternoon, K1 Men under 23. So 5 good races tomorrow in 3 batches.
All of them long distances. And with this number of athletes in the races, these races will be really good as well.
There's going to be some big groups racing again tomorrow, Stefan, for sure.
Yes, absolutely.
So we've got presentations coming up for the C1 men, C1 women, well, C1 men from this afternoon, the junior men, and then the 4 short track races.
And this course turned out to be as good as we expected as well. It's a long, challenging portage, but it's good pontoons getting out and getting in, and the upper turn out there on the points of the little island was challenging enough. So and it's weather protected, so it's going to be a good championship. This.
Yeah, very much so.
It's very different to what we experienced last time. It was the World Championships back in China 2 years ago, when we were paddling around this island in channels and all kind of obstacles. That's also interesting, but this is more straightforward. We can follow the paddlers more easily.
Eduardo Pontecorvo takes a silver medal. And Peter Soltes, world champion, and a very dominant performance from him today. Three medalists from the junior boys C1 long course take their medals.
And then there are four medal ceremonies for the short races. C1 women, C1w&m men, K1 women, and K1 men.
Take their medals.
Now we start the medal ceremony for C1 woman short distance. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony of the C1 woman short distance will begin.
Siapa yang transportasi macam?
Klimova from Belarus. Belarus gets her bronze medal.
Dacă e mod, la următoarea mă duc jos. Noapte trebuie să aștept.
Стал, кажется, громадный. Люд, надо подъесть.
Please rise for the national anthem of Hungary.
Câte două? Păi vrei să stau eu? Să te duci? Sau vrei să le termin? Adică nu știu ce trebuie să dau, că nu am. Oricum nu pot. De ce? Dintre oamenii ăștia în cadru? Să mergem în bară rău? Nu a fost bine. Doamne, pe parte.
Doamnelor și domnilor, urmează festivitatea de premiere în cadrul lobby de kayak simplu fete pe distanță standard.
Now we start the medal ceremony for the K1w short distance. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony of the K1w short distance will begin.
K1w&m senior.
Se schimbă tabela acum. Ei da, asta e ultima treabă.
Now we start the medal ceremony for K1 men short distance. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the K1 short distance will begin.
Is the chairman of the marathon committee, ICF marathon committee, Ruud Heisler, that is presenting handing over the flowers and the medals. And José Ramalho, Portugal, finally a gold medalist. And this image concludes the broadcasting from this World Championships here today. And we will be back tomorrow for more interesting and good racing. Thank you for staying tuned. See you tomorrow.
Cheers, Stefan, and cheers to everyone watching.